William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Heseltine, drove out after luncheon from the Viceregal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honourable Mrs. Paget, Miss de Courcy and the Honourable Gerald Ward D.C. in attendance. The cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park saluted by obsequious policemen and proceeded past Kingsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge Mr. Thomas Kernan beyond the river greeted him vainly from afar between Queen's and Whitworth Bridges. Lord Dudley's viceregal carriages passed and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L.M.A., who stood on Arran Quay outside Mrs. M.E. White's, the pawnbroker's, at the corner of Arran Street West, stroking his nose with his forefinger, undecided whether he should arrive at Phibsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram or by hailing a car or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill and Broadstone Terminus. In the porch of Forecourts Richie Goulding with the cost bag of Goulding, Collis and Ward saw him with surprise. Past Richmond Bridge at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dodd, solicitor, agent for the Patriotic Insurance Company, an elderly female about to enter changed her plan and retracing her steps by King's windows smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice inwood quay wall under Tom Devon's office Bottle River hung out in fealty a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the cross blind of the Ormond Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Mist's head watched and admired. On Ormond Quay Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His Excellency graciously returned Mr. Dedalus' greeting. From Cahill's Corner the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of lords deputies whose hands benignant had held of your rich advocens. On Grattan Bridge Lenihan and McCoy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by. Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big red printing house Gertie McDowell, carrying the Catesby's Corklina letters for her father who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what Her Excellency had on because the Tram and Springs big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of its being the Lord Lieutenant. Beyond Lundy Foots from the shaded door of Kavanagh's wine rooms John Wise Nolan smiled with unseen coldness towards the Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland. The Right Honourable William Humble, Earl of Dudley, G.C. V.O., past Mickey Anderson's all-times ticking watches and Henry and James's wax-smart suited fresh-cheeked models, the gentleman Henry, Dernier Cree James. Over against Dame Gate Tom Rochford and Nosey Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rochford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of the pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his cap to her. A charming soubrette, great Marie Kindle, with dauby cheeks and lifted skirt smiled daubily from her poster upon William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H.G. Heseltine, and also upon the Honourable Gerald Ward A.D.C. from the window of the DBC. Buck Mulligan gaily, and Haynes gravely, gazed down on the viceregal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests, whose massive forms darkened the chessboard whereon John Howard Parnell looked intently. In Founds's Street Dilly Dedalus, straining her sight upward from Chauardinel's first French primer, saw sunshades spanned and wheel spokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine-begoister eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch not looked at in his fat left hand not feeling it. Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawed the air Mrs. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tones to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honourable Gerald Ward A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made haste to reply. At Ponsonby's corner a jaded white flagon H halted and 4 dull-hatted white flagons halted behind him, wise, while outriders pranced past and carriages. Opposite Pigot's music warerooms Mr. Dennis J. Maginey, professor of dancing and C, gaily apparelled, gravely walked, outpassed by a viceroy and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tan shoes and socks with sky blue clocks to the refrain of "My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl." Blazes Boylan presented to the leaders sky blue frontlets and high action a sky blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pockets forgot to salute, but he offered to the three ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowing consort to the program of music which was being discoursed in College Park. Unseen brazen Highland laddies blared and drum-thumped after the cortege, but though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes, bear a bum. Yet I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose. Bear a bum. Thither of the wall the quarter-mile flat handicappers, M. C. Green, H. Shrift, T. M. Patey, C. Scaife, J. B. Jeffs, G. N. Morphy, F. Stevenson, C. Adderley and W. C. Huggard, started in pursuit. Striding past Finn's Hotel, Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Distal Farrell stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. Immy Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian vice-consulate. Deep in Leinster Street by Trinity's postern a loyal King's man, Hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap. As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper and raised also his new black cap with fingers greased by pork's teak paper. His collar too sprang up. The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Mirus Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent's. In Lower Mount Street a pedestrian in a brown mackintosh, eating dry bread, passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy's path. At the Royal Canal Bridge, from his hoarding, Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lip sagrin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner 2 sanded women halted themselves, an umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress without his golden chain. On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare mail walkers, the salute of 2 small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849, and the salute of Almedino R. Typhoni's sturdy trousers swallowed by a closing door. Bronze by gold heard the hoof irons, steel rinning impertinent thn. Chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail, chips. Horrid. And gold flushed more. A husky 5-note blue. Blue. Blue bloom is on the gold pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin, rose of Castile. Trilling, trilling, idlors. Peep. Who's in the beep of gold? Tink cried to bronze in pity. And a call, pure, long and throbbing. Long Indian call. Decoy. Soft word. But look, the bright stars fade. Notes chirruping answer. Oh Rose. Castile. The morn is breaking. Jingle jingle jaunted gingling. Coin rang. Clock clacked. A vowel. Sonnes. I could. Rebound of garter. Not leave thee. Smack. La cloche. Thigh smack. A vowel. Warm. Sweetheart, goodbye. Jingle. Blue. Boomed crashing chords. When love absorbs. War. War. The tympanum. A sail. A veil a wave upon the waves. Lost. Throstle fluted. All is lost now. Horn. Ha horn. When first he saw. Alas. Full top. Full throb. Warbling. Ah, lure. Alluring. Martha. Come. Clap clap. Clip clap. Clap a clap. Good good ha never heard a knoll. Deaf bald Pat brought pad knife took up. A moonlit night call, far, far. I feel so sad. P.S. So lonely blooming. Listen. The spiked and winding cold sea horn. Have you the each, and for other, plash and silent roar. Pearls, when she lists rhapsodies. This. You don't? Did not, no, number believe, lidled. With a cock with a cara. Black. Dip sounding. Do, Ben, do. Wait while you wait. He. Wait while you he. But wait. Low in dark Middle Earth. Embedded door. Name in Idaman. Preacher is he, all gone. All fallen. Tiny, her tremulous fern foils of maiden hair. Amen. He gnashed in fury. Fro. To, fro. A baton cool protruding. Bronze Lydia by Minigold. By bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow. Bloom. Old bloom. One wrapped, one tapped, with a cara, with a cock. Pray for him. Pray, good people. His gouty fingers knackering. Big Benaben. Big Benben. Last rose Castile of summer left bloom, I feel so sad alone. Pwee. Little windpipe twee. True men. Lid Kirkouda and doll. Eh? Like you men. Will lift your chink with chunk. FFF. Oa. Where bronze from inner. Where gold from afar. Where hoofs. RRRPR. Crap. Crandle. Then not till then. Maya Pripftaf. Be for it. Done. Begin. Bronze by gold, Mists' head by Ms. Kennedy's head, over the cross-blind of the Ormond bar heard the vice-regal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Mists said yes, sitting with his ex, Pearl Grand Ode in ill. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog Mists said eagerly, look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Mists' wet lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted, bronze, to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered, he's killed looking back. She laughed, oh wept. Aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times, sadly then she said. A man. Blue ho went by Moulang's pipes bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battered plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them unheeding him he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china. And there's your teas, he said. Miss Kennedy with manners transposed the tea tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes, low. What is it? Loud Boots unmannerly asked. Find out, Mists retorted, leaving her spying point. Your beau, is it? A haughty Bronze replied. I'll complain to Mrs. de Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence. Impertinent THN, Boots out sniffed rudely, as he retreated as she threatened as he had come. Bloom. On her flower frowning Mists said, most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself I'll wring his ear for him a yard long. Ladylike in exquisite contrast. Take no notice, Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their wreath of counter, waiting on footstools, grates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from inner, by gold from afar, heard steel from inner, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel oofs ring steel. Am I awfully sunburned? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy. It gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Mists half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror gildedal ettered where hock and claret glasses shimmered and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerin, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu. Mists those things only bring out a rash, replied, receipted. I asked that old fogey and Boyd's for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed, "Oh, don't remind me of him for mercy's sake." "But wait till I tell you," Ms. entreated. Sweet tea. Miss Kennedy, having poured with milk, plugged both two ears with little fingers. "No, don't," she cried. "I won't listen," she cried. "But Bloom?" Miss grunted in snuffy fogey's tone. "For your what?" says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear, to speak, but said, but prayed again, "Don't let me think of him or I'll expire." The hideous old wretch. That night in the ancient concert rooms. She sipped distastefully her brew, hot tea, a sip, sipped, sweet tea. Here he was, Ms. said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nosings. "Hufa! Hufa!" Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered impertinent like a snout in quest. "Oh!" Shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried. "Will you ever forget his goggle eye?" Ms. chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting, "And your other eye?" Blueho's dark eye read Aaron Figatner's name. Why do I always think Figather? Gathering figs, I think. And Prosper Lore's Huguenot name. By Bossy's blessed virgins Bloom's dark eyes went by. Blue-robed, white under, came to me. God they believe she is, or goddess. Those today. I could not see. That fellow spoke. A student. After with Daedalus' son. He might be Mulligan. All comely virgins. That brings those rakes of fellows in, her white. By went his eyes. The sweets of sin. Sweet are the sweets. Of sin. In a giggling peal young gold bronze voices blended, "It's with Kennedy your other eye." They threw young heads back, bronze giggly gold, to let free fly their laughter, screaming, "Your other," signals to each other, high piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, ah, fordone, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip and giggled. Mists, bending over the tea tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll-fattened eyes. Again Kenna giggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair, stooping, her tortoise nape comb showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying, "Oh greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that!" she cried. With his bit of beard. Gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation. Married to the greasy nose. She yelled. Shrill, with deep laughter, after, gold after bronze, they urged each to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronze gold, gold bronze, shrideep, to laughter after laughter. And then laughed more. Greasy eye nose. Exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided unpinnacled by glossy-combed, against the counter ledge. All flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to Bloom, to Grease Bloom. Oh saints above! Mists said, sighed above her jumping rose. I wished I hadn't laughed so much. I feel all wet. Oh, Mists! Miss Kennedy protested. You horrid thing. And flushed yet more, you horrid, more goldenly. By Cantwell's offices roved Grease Bloom, by Cappy's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as our religion pays. Must see him for that par. Eat first. I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing. Clock hands turning. On. Where eat? The Clarence, Dolphin. On. For Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads. The violet silk petticoats. Not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Daedalus. Chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips. He strolled. Oh, welcome back, Mists. He held her hand. Enjoyed her holidays? Tip-top. He hoped she had nice weather in Ross River. Gorgeous, she said. Look at the holy show I am. Lying out on the strand all day. Bronze whiteness. That was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Dedalus told her and pressed her hand indulgently. Tempting poor simple males. Mists of satins her arm away. Oh, go away, she said. You're very simple, I don't think. He was. Well, now I am, he mused. I looked so simple in the cradle they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty, Mizd's made answer. And what did the doctor order today? Well now, he mused, whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half glass of whiskey. Jingle. With the greatest alacrity, Mizds agreed. With grace of alacrity towards the mirror-gilt cantrell and Cochrane she turned herself. With grace she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat Mr. Dedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flute 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes. 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 He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaids, into the bowl. Chips. Shreds. Musing. Mute. None not said nothing. Yes. Gaily Mists polished a tumbler, trilling, oh, Idolors, Queen of the Eastern Seas. Was Mr. Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed Bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write. By paper. Dailies. Girl there civil. Bloom. Old Bloom. Blue Bloom is on the Rye. He was in at lunchtime, Mists said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr. Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered, Miss Kennedy, was Mr. Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered, a second teacup poised, her gaze upon a page, no. He was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard, not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep. Who's in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him he yet made overtures. To mind her stops. To read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle John D jingle. Girl gold she read and did not glance. Take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a Salfa fable for her, plappering flatly, "Ah fox met ha stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my troth and pull up a bone?" He droned in vain. Mists turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside, ah me. Oh my. He greeted Mr. Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr. Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who? Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask? Stephen, the youthful bard. Dry. Mr. Dedalus, famous father, laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney's Enville and in Mooney's-sur-Mer. He had received the rhino for the labor of his muse. He smiled at Bronze's tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The elite of Erin hung upon his lips. The ponderous pundit, Hugh McHugh, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west who is known by the euphonious appellation of the O'Madden Burke. After an interval Mr. Dedalus raised his grog and that must have been highly diverting, said he. I see. You see. He drank. With far-away morning mountain eye. Set down his glass. He looked towards the saloon door. I see you have moved the piano. The tuner was in today, Mists replied, tuning it for the smoking concert and I never heard such an exquisite player. Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know. And blind too, poor fellow. Not 20 I'm sure he was. Is that a fact? Mr. Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. So sad to look at his face, Mists condoled. God's curse on bitch's bastard. Stink to her pity, cried a diner's bell. To the door of the bar and dining room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for diner. Lager without alacrity she served. With patience Lenihan waited for Boylan, with impatience, for Jingle Jandy Blaze's boy upholding the lid, he, who gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple, piano, wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft pedaling, a triple of keys to see the thicknesses of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammer fall in action. 2 sheets cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes. When I was in wisdom, Helly's wise bloom in Daly's Henry flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me, and a pin cut slow. Means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy? Innocence, that is. Respectable girl meet after mass. Thanks awfully muchly. Wise bloom eyed on the door a poster, a swaying mermaid smoking mid nice waves. Smoke mermaids, coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn. For some man. For Raoul. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is. Again. 3rd time. Coincidence. Jingling on supple rubbers it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow. Risk it. Go quick. At 4. Near now. Out. 2pence, sir, the shop girl dared to say. Aha, I was forgetting, excuse, and 4. At 4 she. Winsomely she on Bloomhilm smiled. Blue SM Mikey go. Turnoon. Think you're the only pebble on the beach? Does that to all. For men. In drowsy silence gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long and dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had, that he forgot, that he now struck. A call again. That he now poised, that it now throbbed. You hear? It throbbed, purer, softly and softlier, its buzzing prongs. Longer and dying call. Pat paid for diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray and pop-corked bottle ere he went he whispered, bald and bothered, with mists. The bright stars fade, a voiceless song sang from within, singing, the morn is breaking. A dueting of bird notes chirruped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys, all twinkling, linked, all harpsichording, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love's leave-taking, love's morn. The dewdrops purl, Lenihan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingle jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading. Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, slighting, ask no questions and you'll hear no lies. Like ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from a nearby, bronze from afar. Lenihan heard and knew and hailed him, see the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Blackwary Heckat walked towards Richie Goulding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee, I heard you were round, said Blazes Boylan. He touched a fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him. But Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a slewedgen for me. Wire in yet? Not yet. At 4 she. Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Goulding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello. Where off to? Something to eat? I too was just in here. What, Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Mrs. reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust, that all but burst, so high. "Oh! Oh!" jerked Lenehan, gasping at each stretch. "Oh!" But easily she seized her prey and let it low in triumph. "Why don't you grow?" asked Blazes Boylan. Chevrons, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed, flour in his coat, who gave him? And syruped with her voice, fine goods in small parcels. That is to say neatly she poured syrupy slow. "Here's fortune," Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. "Hold on," said Lenehan, "till fortune," he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. "Scepter will win in a canter," he said. "I plunged a bit," said Boylan, winking and drinking. "Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine." Lenehan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Mrs.'s lips that all but hummed, not shut. The ocean song her lips had trilled. "Idlors. The Eastern Seas. Clockward." Miss Kennedy passed their way, flour, wonder who gave, bearing away tea tray. Clock clacked. Mists took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clock clacked. Fair One of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins in change. "Look to the west." A clack. "For me." "What time is that?" asked Blazes Boylan. "4 o'clock." Lenehan, small eyes a hunger on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve. "Let's hear the time," he said. The bag of Goulding, Collis, Ward led bloom by rye bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. "Be near. At 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come, whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure-eyed Blizzer's sky blue bow-and eyes. "Go on," pressed Lenehan. "There's no one." He never heard, to Flora's lips stood high. High, a high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze dews communing with her rose that sank and rose sought Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. "Please, please." He pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. "I could not leave thee, after wits," Mrs. promised coyly. "No, now," urged Lenehan. "Son is la cloche." "Oh do." "There's no one." She looked. "Quick." Miskin out of earshot. Sudden bent. Two kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering the chord strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord, and lost and found it, faltering. "Go on. Do." Sanez. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed. Taunted them still, bending, suspending, with willful eyes. Sanez. Smack. She set free sudden in rebound her nipped elastic garter smack arm against her smackable a woman's warmost thigh. "La cloche!" cried gleeful Lenehan. "Trained by owner. No sawdust there." She smiles smirked supercilious, wept. "Aren't men?" But, lightward gliding, mild she smiled on Boylan. "You're the essence of vulgarity," she in gliding said. Boylan, eyed. Tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet syrupy drops. His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors, gilded arch for ginger ale, hock and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell, where it concerted, mirrored, bronze with sunnier bronze. "Yes, bronze from a nearby, sweetheart, goodbye. I'm off," said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. "Wait a shake," begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. "I wanted to tell you." "Tom Rochford, come on to Blazes," said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. "Got the horn or what?" he said. "Wait. I'm coming." He followed the hasty creaking shoes but stood by nimbly by the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. "How do you do, Mr. Dollard?" "Eh? How do? How do?" Ben Dollard's vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley's woe. "He won't give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the long fellow. We'll put a barley straw in that Judas Iscariot's ear this time." Sighing, Mr. Dedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. "Ho ho, we will," Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. "Come on, Simon. Give us a ditty." We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. "Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. 4 now. How warm this black is. Course nerves a bit. Refracts, is it? Heat. Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider." "What's that?" Mr. Dedalus said. "I was only vamping, man." Come on," Ben Dollard called. "Begone dull care. Come, Bob." He ambled Dollard, bulky slops, before them. "Hold that fellow with the, hold him now," into the saloon. He plumped him Dollard on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped, stopped abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met Telis Gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window, watched, Bronze from afar. Jingle-a-tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. "He's off." Light sob of breath. Bloom sighed on the silent blue flowers. Jingling. "He's gone." Jingle. "Here. Love and war, Ben," Mr. Dedalus said. "God be with old times." Mist's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the crossblind, smitten by sunlight. "Gone. Pensive, who knows?" Smitten, the smiting light, she lowered the drop blind with a sliding cord. She drew down pensive. "Why did he go so quick when I—" About her Bronze, over the bar where Bald stood by Sister Gold, in exquisite contrast in exquisite non-exquisite, slow cool dim sea green sliding depth of shadow, Odin ill. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the Collard Grand. There was. "A symposium all his own," Mr. Dedalus said. "The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink." "God, do you remember?" Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. "And by japers, I had no wedding garment." They laughed all three. "He had no wed." All trio laughed. "No wedding garment." "Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night," Mr. Dedalus said. "Where's my pipe, by the way?" He wandered back to the bar to the lost cord pipe. Bald Pat carried 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy. And Father Cowley laughed again. "I saved the situation, Ben, I think." "You did," averred Ben Dollard. "I remember those tight trousers too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob." Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purpley lobes. "He saved the situa. Tight through. Brilliant-eyed. I knew he was on the rocks," he said. "The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration, and who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business? Do you remember? We had to search all Halls Street to find them till the chap in Kyo's gave us the number. Remember?" Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Dedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Marion Square style. Ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either. What? Any god's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and drunkos. What? Mr. Dedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Jingle jonged down the keys. Blazes sprawled on bounding tires. Liver and bacon. Steak and kidney pie. Right, sir. Right, Pat. Mrs. Marion. Met him pike hoses. Smell of burn. Of Paul de Kock. Nice name he. What's this her name was? A buxom lassie. Marion, Tweedy. Yes. Is she alive? And kicking? She was a daughter of the regiment. Yes, begad. I remember the old drummager. Mr. Dedalus struck, whizzed, lit, Puffed savory puff after Irish? I don't know, Faith. Is she, Simon? Puff after stiff, a puff, strong, savory, crackling. Buccinator muscle is, what? Bit rusty? Oh, she is, my Irish Molly, oh. He puffed a pungent plumy blast. From the Rock of Gibraltar. All the way. They pined in depth of ocean shadow, gold by the bear pole, bronze by maraschino, thoughtful all too. Mina Kennedy, for Lismore Terrace, Drumcondra with idlers, a queen, Dolores, silent. Pat served, uncovered dishes. Leopold cut liver slices. As said before, he ate with relish the inner organs, nutty gizzards, fried cods rose while Richie Goulding, Collis, Ward ate steak and kidney, steak then kidney, bite by bite of pie he ate, Bloom ate, they ate. Bloom with Goulding, married in silence, ate. Dinners fit for princes. By bachelor's walk jog jaunty jingled blazes Boylan, bachelor, in sun in heat, mare's glossy rumpetrit, with flick of whip, on bounding tires, sprawled, warm-seated, Boylan impatience, ardent bold. Horn. Have you the horn? Have you the horn? Over their voices dollard bassooned attack, booming over bombarding chords, when love absorbs my ardent soul, roll of pencil Benjamin rolled to the quivery love shivery roof panes. War! War! Cried Father Kelly. You're the warrior. So I am, Ben Warrior laughed. I was thinking of your landlord. Love or money? He stopped. He wagged huge beard, huge face over his blunder huge. Sure, you'd burst the tympanum of her ear, man, Mr. Daedalus said through smoke aroma, with an organ like yours. In bearded abundant laughter Dollard shook upon the keyboard. He would. Not to mention another membrane, Father Cowley added. Half-time, Ben. Amoroso ma non troppo. Let me there. Miss Kennedy served two gentlemen with tankards of cool stout. She passed a remark. It was indeed, first gentleman said, beautiful weather. They drank cool stout. Did she know where the Lord Lieutenant was going? And heard steel oofs ring. No, she couldn't say. But it would be in the paper. Oh, she need not trouble. No trouble. She waved about her outspread independent, searching, the Lord Lieutenant, her pinnacles of hair slow moving, Lord Luton. Too much trouble, first gentleman said. Oh, not in the least. Way he looked at. Lord Lieutenant. Gold by bronze heard iron steel, my ardent soul I care not for the morrow. In liver gravy Bloom mashed potatoes. Love and war someone is. Ben Dollard's famous. Night he ran round to us to borrow a dress suit for that concert. Trousers tight as a drum on him. Musical porkers. Molly did laugh when he went out. Threw herself back across the bed, screaming, kicking. With all his belongings on show. Oh saints above, I'm drenched. Oh, the women in the front row. Oh, I never laughed so many. Well, of course that's what gives him the bass baritone. For instance eunuchs. Wonder who's playing. Nice touch. Must be Kelly. Musical. Knows whatever note you play. Bad breath he has, poor chap. Stopped. Mists, engaging, Lidiots, bowed to suave solicitor, George Lidwell, gentleman, entering. Good afternoon. She gave her moist, a lady's, hand to his firm clasp. Afternoon. Yes, she was back. To the old ding-dong again. Your friends are inside, Mr. Lidwell. George Lidwell, suave, solicited, held a lighty hand. Bloom ate live as said before. Clean here at least. That chap in the Burton, gummy with gristle. No one here, Goulding and I clean tables, flowers, miters of napkins. Pat to and fro. Bald Pat. Nothing to do. Best value in dub. Piano again. Cowley it is. Way he sits into it, like one together, mutual understanding. Tiresome shapers scraping fiddles, eye on the bow end, sawing the cello, remind you of toothache. Her high long snore. Night we were in the box. Trombone underblowing like a grampus, between the acts, Other brass chap unscrewing, emptying spittle. Conductor's legs too, bag's trousers, jiggity jiggity. Do right to hide them. Jiggity jingle jaunty jaunty. Only the harp. Lovely. Gold glowering light. Girl touched it. Poop of a lovely. Gravy's rather good fit for a golden ship. Aaron. The harp that once or twice. Cool hands. Ben Houth, the rhododendrons. We are their harps. He. Old. Young. Ah, I couldn't, man, Mr. Daedalus said, shy, listless. Strongly. Go on, blast you. Ben Dollard growled. Get it out in bits. Mapari, Simon, Father Cowley said. Downstage he strode some paces, grave, tall in affliction, his long arms outheld. Hoarsely the apple of his throat horsed softly. Softly he sang to a dusty seascape there, a last farewell. A headland, a ship, a sail upon the billows. Farewell. A lovely girl, her veil a wave upon the headland, wind around her. Cowley sang, Mapari Tatimer, Il mio scardo l'incontr, she waved, unring Cowley, her veil, to one departing, dear one, to wind, love, speeding sail, return. Go on, Simon. Ah, sure, my dancing days are done, Ben. Well, Mr. Daedalus laid his pipe to rest beside the tuning fork and, sitting, touched the obedient keys. No, Simon, Father Cowley turned. Play it in the original. One flat. The keys, obedient, rose higher, old, faltered, confessed, confused. Upstage strode Father Cowley. Here, Simon, I'll accompany you, he said. Get up. By Graham Lemon's Pineapple Rock, by Elvery's Elephant Jingly jogged. Steak, kidney, liver, mashed, at meat fit for princes sat Princes Bloom and Goulding. Princes at meat they raised and drank, power and cider. Most beautiful tenor ever written, Ritchie said, Somnambula. He heard Joe Maz sing that one night. Ah, what guckin'. Yes. In his way. Choirboy style. Moss was the boy. Mass boy. A lyrical tenor if you like. Never forget it. Never. Tenderly Bloom over liverless bacon saw the tightened features strain. Backache he. Bright's bright eye. Next item on the program. Paying the piper. Pills, pounded bread, worth a guinea a box. Stave it off a while. Sings too, down among the dead men. Appropriate. Kidney pie. Sweets to the. Not making much hand of it. Best value in. Characteristic of him. Power. Particular about his drink. Flaw in the glass, fresh Vartry water. Fecking matches from counters to save. Then squander a sovereign in dribs and drabs. And when he's wanted not a farthing. Screwed refusing to pay his fare. Curious types. Never would Ritchie forget that night. As long as he lived, never. In the gods of the old royal with little peak. And when the first note. Speech paused on Ritchie's lips. Coming out with a whopper now. Rhapsodies about damn all. Believes his own lies. Does really. Wonderful liar. But want a good memory. Which air is that? Asked Leopold Bloom. All is lost now. Ritchie cocked his lips apout. A low incipient note sweet banshee murmured, all. A thrush. A throstle. His breath, bird sweet, good teeth he's proud of, fluted with plaintive woe. Is lost. Rich sound. Two notes in one there. Blackbird I heard in the Hawthorne Valley. Taking my motives he twined and turned them. Almost to new call is lost in all. Echo. How sweet the answer. How is that done? All lost now. Mournful he whistled. Fall, surrender, lost. Bloom bent Leopold ear, turning a fringe of doily down under the vase. Order. Yes, I remember. Lovely air. In sleep she went to him. Innocence in the moon. Brave. Don't know their danger. Still hold her back. Call name. Touch water. Jingle jaunty. Too late. She longed to go. That's why. Woman. As easy stop the sea. Yes, all is lost. A beautiful air, said Bloom, lost Leopold. I know it well. Never in all his life had Richie Goulding. He knows it well too. Or he feels. Still harping on his daughter. Wise child that knows her father, Daedalus said. Me? Bloom askance over liverless saw. Face of the Ulysses lost. Rollicking Richie once. Jokes old stale now. Wagging his ear. Napkin ring in his eye. Now begging letters he sends his son with. Cross-eyed Walter, sir, I did, sir. Wouldn't trouble, only I was expecting some money. Apologize. Piano again. Sounds better than last time I heard. Tune probably. Stopped again. Dollard and Cowley still urged the lingering singer out with it. With it, Simon. It, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am most deeply obliged by your kind solicitations. It, Simon. I have no money, but if you will lend me your attention I shall endeavor to sing to you of a heart bowed down. By the sandwich bell in screening shadow Lydia, her bronze and rose, a lady's grace, gave and withheld, as in cool Glaucus owed nil mina to tankards to her pinnacles of gold. The harping chords of prelude clothed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing, Richie turned. See Daedalus' voice, he said. Brain-teeped, cheek touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow, endearing flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So. That will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air a voice saying to them, lo, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds, or what do call them dulcimers touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good, good to hear, sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard. When first they saw, lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least. Her first merciful love, soft oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet. Love's old sweet song as log old. Bloom wound the skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double, fourfold, in octave, jive them fast. Full of hope and all delighted, tenors get women by the score. Increase their flow. Throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head it simply. Jingle all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head it simply swirls. Perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing. Stop. Knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall. There? How do you? I do well. There? What? Or? File of cactus, kissing comfits, in her satchel. Yes? Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming, glorious tone he has still. Cork air softer also their brogue. Silly man. Could have made oceans of money. Singing wrong words. Wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell. Only the two themselves. If he doesn't break down. Keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too. Drink. Nerves overstrung. Must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream. For creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha, give. Take. Throb, a pulsing proud erect. Words. Music? Number it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlopped, noted, disnoted. Bloom. Flood of warm jam lick it up, secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick flow invading. Tipping her, tapping her, tapping her, topping her. Top. Pores to dilate, dilating. Top. The joy, the feel, the warm, the top. To pour or sluices pouring gushes. Flood, gush, flow, Joygyush, Tupthrub. Now. Language of love, ray of hope is, beaming. Lydia for Lidwell squeak scarcely hear so ladylike the muse unsqueaked a ray of hope. Martha it is. Coincidence. Just going to write. Lionel's song. Lovely name you have. Can't write. Except my little president play on her heartstrings purse strings too. She's a. I called you naughty boy. Still the name, Martha. How strange. Today. The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy. Lydia Lidwell also sang to Pat open mouth ear waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him Gould Lidwell, won Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though. Explain better. Why the barber in Dragos always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar though farther. Each graceful look, first night when first I saw her at Matt Dillon's in Terenure. Yellow, black lace she wore. Musical chairs. We to the last. Fate. After her. Fate. Round and round slow. Quick round. We two. All looked. Halt. Down she sat. All ousted looked. Lips laughing. Yellow knees. Charmed my eye, singing. Waiting she sang. I turned her music. Full voice of perfume of what perfume does your lilac trees? Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling. First I saw. She thanked me. Why did she me? Fate. Spanishy eyes. Under a partry alone patio this hour in old Madrid one side in shadow Dolores Chetalors. At me. Luring. Ah, alluring. Martha. Ah, Martha. Quitting all languor Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony. In cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited. Where? Here there try there here all try where? Somewhere. Co-om, thou lost one. Co-om, thou dear one. Alone. One love. One hope. One comfort me. Martha, chest note, return. Come. It soared, a bird, it held its flight, a swift pure cry, soar silver orbit leaped serene, speeding, sustained, to come, don't spin it out too long breath long life, soaring high, high resplendent, aflame, ground, high in the effulgent symbolistic, high, of the ethereal bosom, high, of the high vast irradiation everywhere all soaring all around about the all, the endlessness, to me. Psyopold. Consumed. Come. Well sung. All clapped. She ought to. Come. To me, to him, to her, you too, me, us. Bravo. Clap clap. Good man, Simon. Clap a clap clap. Encore. Clap clip clap clap. Sound as a bell. Bravo, Simon. Clap clop clap. Encore, in clap, said, cried, clapped all, Ben Dollard, Lydiates, George Lidwell, Pat, Mina Kennedy, two gentlemen with two tankards, Kelly, first gent with tank and bronze mists and golden Jasmina. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor, said before. Jingle by monuments of Sir John Gray, Horatio unhandled Nelson, Reverend Father Theobald Matthew, jaunted, as said before just now. Uttered, in heat-seated. Cloche. Son as law. Cloche. Son as law. Slower the mare went up the hill by the rotunda, Rutland Square. Too slow for Boylan, blazes Boylan, impatience Boylan, joggled the mare. An aftercooling of Cowley's chords closed, died on the air made richer. And Richie Goulding drank his power and Leopold Bloom his cider drank, Lidwell his Guinness, second gentleman said they would partake of two more tankards if she did not mind. Miss Kennedy smirked, deserving, Cora lips, at first, at second. She did not mind. 7 days in jail, Ben Dollard said, on bread and water. Then you'd sing, Simon, like a garden thrush. Lionel Simon, singer, laughed. Father Bob Cowley played. Mina Kennedy served. Second gentleman paid. Tom Kernan strutted in. Lydia admired. But Bloom sang dumb. Admiring. Richie, admiring, descanted on that man's glorious voice. He remembered one night long ago. Never forget that night. C sang 'twas rank and fame, in Ned Lambert's 'twas. Good God, he never heard in all his life a note like that, he never did. Then false one, we had bet apart so clear, so God he never heard since love lives not, a clinking voice lives not. Ask Lambert, he can tell you too. Goulding, a flush struggling in his pale, told Mr. Bloom, face of the night, C in Ned Lambert's Daedalus house, saying 'twas rank and fame. He, Mr. Bloom, listened while he, Richie Goulding, told him, Mr. Bloom, of the night he, Richie, heard him, C. Daedalus, sing 'twas rank and fame in his, Ned Lambert's, house. Brothers-in-law, relations. We never speak as we pass by. Rift in the lute, I think. Treats him with scorn. C. He admires him all the more. The night C sang. The human voice, two tiny silky chords, wonderful, more than all others. That voice was a lamentation. Calmer now. It's in the silence after you feel you hear. Vibrations. Now silent air. Bloom ungived his crisscrossed hands and with slack fingers plucked the slender catgut thong. He drew and plucked. It buzzed, it twanged. While Goulding talked of Barraclough's voice production, while Tom Kernan, harking back in a retrospective sort of arrangement, talked to listening Father Kelly, who played a voluntary, who nodded as he played. While Big Ben Dollard talked with Simon Daedalus, lighting, who nodded as he smoked, who smoked. Thou lost one. All songs on that theme. Yet more Bloom stretched his string. Cruel it seems. Let people get fond of each other, lure them on. Then tear asunder. Death. Explodes. Knock on the head. Out a hullo trough that. Human life. Dignam. Ugh, that rat's tail wriggling. 5 bob I gave. Corpus paradum. Corncrake croaker, belly like a poisoned pup. Gone. They sing. Forgotten. I too, and one day she with. Leave her, get tired. Suffer then. Snivel. Big Spanishy eyes goggling at nothing. Her wavi of yevi vi her uncombed. Yet too much happy bores. He stretched more. Are you not happy in your? Twang. It snapped. Jingle into Dorset Street. Mists withdrew her satiny arm, reproachful, pleased. Don't make half so free, said she, till we are better acquainted. George Lidwell told her really and truly, but she did not believe. First gentleman told Mina that was so. She asked him was that so? And second tankard told her so. That was so. Miss Lydia, did not believe, Miss Kennedy, Mina, did not believe, George Lidwell, number Miss did not, the first, gent with the tank, believe, no, number did not, Miss Ken, lied Lydia L., the tank. Better write it here. Quills in the post office chewed and twisted. Bald patted a sign drew nigh. A pen and ink. He went. A pad. He went. A pad to blot. He heard, deaf pat. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, teasing the curling catgut line. It certainly is. Few lines will do. My present. All that Italian florid music is. Who is this wrote? Know the name you know better. Take out sheet note paper, envelope, unconcerned. It's so characteristic. Grandest number in the whole opera, Goulding said. It is, Bloom said. Numbers it is. All music when you come to think. 2 multiplied by 2 divided by half is twice 1. Vibrations, chords those are. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 7. Do anything you like with figures juggling. Always find out this equal to that. Symmetry under a cemetery wall. He doesn't see my mourning. Callous, all for his own gut. Muse mathematics. And you think you're listening to the ethereal. But suppose you said it like, Martha, 7 times 9 minus x is 35,000. Fall quite flat. It's on account of the sounds it is. Instance he's playing now. Improvising. Might be what you like, till you hear the words. Want to listen sharp. Hard. Begin all right, then hear chords a bit off, feel lost a bit. In and out of sacks, over barrels, through wire fences, obstacle race. Time makes the tune. Question of mood you're in. Still always nice to hear. Except scales up and down, girls learning. Two together next door neighbors. Ought to invent dummy pianos for that. Bloom light I bought for her. The name. Playing it slow, a girl, night I came home, the girl. Door of the stables near Cecilia Street. Millie no taste. Queer because we both, I mean. Bald deaf Pat brought quite flat padding. Pat set with ink pen quite flat pad. Pat took plate dish knife fork. Pat went. It was the only language Mr. Dedalus said to Ben. He heard them as a boy in Ringabella, Crosshaven, Ringabella, singing their barcarolles. Queenstown harbor full of Italian ships. Walking, you know, Ben, in the moonlight with those earthquake hats. Blending their voices. God, such music, Ben. Heard as a boy. Cross Ringabella Haven moon carol. Sour pipe removed, he held a shield of hand beside his lips that cooed a moonlight night call, clear from a call from afar, replying. Down the edge of his Freeman baton ranged Bloom's, your other eye, scanning for where did I see that? Callan, Coleman, Dignam Patrick. Hi-oh. Hi-oh. Fawcett. Aha. Just I was looking, hope he's not looking, cute as a rat. He held unfurled his Freeman. Can't see now. Remember right Greekes. Bloom dipped, Bloom dear sir. Dear Henry wrote, dear matey. Got your let and flow. Hell did I put? Some pock or oath. It is utter limpos. Underline impasse. To write today. Bore this. Bored Bloom tambourned gently with I am just reflecting fingers on flat pad Pat brought. On. Know what I mean? No, change that E. Except my poor lip present glows. Ask her no answer. Hold on. 5 dig. 2 about here. Penny the gulls. Elijah is calm. 7 Davy Burns. Is 8 about? Say half a crown. My poor little Prez, P. O. 2 and 6. Write me along. Do you despise? Jingle, have you the? So excited. Why do you call me naught? You naughty too? Oh, Mary lost the string of her. Bye for today. Yes, yes, we'll tell you. Want to? To keep it up. Call me that other world, she wrote. My patients are exhaust. To keep it up. You must believe. Believe. The tank. It is true. Folly, am I writing? Husbands don't. That's marriage does, their wives? Because I'm away from. Suppose. But how? She must. Keep young. If she found out. Card in my high grade ha. No, not tell all. Useless pain. If they don't see. Woman. Sauce for the gander. A hackney car, number 320 for, driver Barton James of number 1 Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, on which sat a fair, a young gentleman, stylishly dressed in an indigo blue serge suit made by George Robert Mejias, tailor and cutter, of number 5 Eden Quay, and wearing a straw hat very dressy, bought of John Plasto of number 1 Great Brunswick Street, Hatter. Eh? This is the jingle that joggled and jingled. By Dlugotch pork shop bright tubes of age enough trotted a gallant buttocked mare. Answering an ad. Keen Richie's eyes asked Bloom. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Town traveler. Nothing doing, I expect. Bloom best references. But Henry wrote, it will excite me. You know how. In haste. Henry. Greek E. Better add postscript. What is he playing now? Improvising. Intermezzo. P.S. The rum-tum-tum. How will you pun? You punish me? Crooked skirt swinging, whack by. Tell me I want to. No. O' course if I didn't I wouldn't ask. La la lari. Trails off there sad in minor. Why minor sad? Signage they like sad tale at end. P.S. La la Laurie. I feel so sad today. Laurie. So lonely. D. He blotted quick on pad of Pat. Invul. Address. Just copy out of paper. Murmured, Messrs. Callan, Coleman, and Co., Ltd. Henry wrote, Ms. Martha Clifford C.O.P. O'Dolphin's Barn Lane Dublin blot over the other so he can't read. There. Right. Idea prize titbit. Something detective read off blotting pad. Payment at the rate of guinea per call. Matcham often thinks the laughing witch. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. Up. Too poetical that about the sad. Music did that. Music hath charms. Shakespeare said. Quotations every day in the year. To be or not to be. Wisdom while you wait. In Gerard's Rosary of Fetter Lane he walks, Grea Dauburn. One life is all. One body. Do. But do. Done anyhow. Postal order, stamp. Post office lower down. Walk now. Enough. Barney Kiernan's I promise to meet them. Dislike that job. House of mourning. Walk. Pat. Doesn't hear. Deaf beetle he is. Car near there now. Talk. Pat. Doesn't. Settling those napkins. Lot of ground he must cover in the day. Paint face behind on him then he'd be too. Wish they'd sing more. Keep my mind off. Bald Pat who is bothered mitered the napkins. Pat is a waiter hard of his hearing. Pat is a waiter who waits while you wait. He. He waits while you wait. He. A waiter is he. He. He waits while you wait. While you wait if you wait he will wait while you wait. He. Ho. Wait while you wait. It's now. It's Lydia. Bronze and rose. She had a gorgeous, simply gorgeous, time. And look at the lovely shell she brought. To the end of the bar to him she bore likely the spiked and winding seahorn that he, George Lidwell, solicitor, might hear. Listen. She bade him. Under Tom Kernan's gine hot words the accompanist wove music slow. Authentic fact. How Walter Bapty lost his voice. Well, sir, the husband took him by the throat. Scoundrel, said he, you'll sing no more love songs. He did, faith, Sir Tom. Bob Cowley wove. Tenors get 'em. Cowley lay back. Ah, now he heard, she holding it to his ear. Here. He heard. Wonderful. She held it to her own. And through the sifted light pale golden contrast glided. To hear. Tap. Bloom through the bar door saw a shell held at their ears. He heard more faintly that they heard, each for herself alone, then each for other, hearing the plash of waves, loudly, a silent roar. Bronze by a weary gold, anear, afar, they listened. Her ear too is a shell, the peeping lobe there. Been to the seaside. Lovely seaside girls. Skin tanned raw. Should have put on cold cream first make it brown. Buttered toast. Oh and that lotion mustn't forget. Fever near her mouth. Your head it simply. Hair braided over, shell with seaweed. Why do they hide their ears with seaweed hair? And Turks the mouth, why? Her eyes over the sheet. Yashmak. Find the way in. A cave. No admittance except on business. The sea they think they hear. Singing. A roar. The blood it is. Souse in the ear sometimes. Well, it's a sea. Corpuscle Islands. Wonderful really. So distinct. Again. George Lidwell held its murmur, hearing, then laid it by, gently. What are the wild waves saying? He asked her, smiled. Charming, see smiling and unanswering Lydia on Lidwell smiled. Tap. By Larry O'Rourke's, by Larry, bold Laria, Boylan swayed and Boylan turned. From the forsaken shell Miss Mina glided to her tankards waiting. No, she was not so lonely archly Mrs. Head let Mr. Lidwell know. Walks in the moonlight by the sea. No, not alone. With whom? She nobly answered, with a gentleman friend. Bob Cowley's twinkling fingers in the treble played again. The landlord has the prior. A little time. Long John. Big Ben. Lightly he played a light bright tinkling measure for tripping ladies, arch and smiling, and for their gallants, gentlemen friends. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Sea, wind, leaves, thunder, waters, cows lowing, the cattle market, cocks, hens don't crow, snakes hiss. There's music everywhere. Rutledge's door, creaking. No, that's noise. Minuet of Don Giovanni he's playing now. Court dresses of all descriptions in castle chambers dancing. Misery. Peasants outside. Green starving faces eating dock leaves. Nice that is. Look, 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 you look at us. That's joyful I can feel. Never have written it. Why? My joy is other joy. But both are joys. Yes, joy it must be. Mere fact of music shows you are. Often thought she was in the dumps till she began to lilt. Then no. M'coy valise. My wife and your wife. Squealing cat. Like tearing silk. Tongue when she talks like the clapper of a bellows. They can't manage men's intervals. Gap in their voices too. Filmy. I'm warm, dark, open. Molly inquisitate homo, mercadante. My ear against the wall to hear. Want a woman who can deliver the goods. Jog jig jogged stopped. Dandy tan shoe of dandy boil and socks sky blue clocks came light to earth. Oh, look we are so. Chamber music. Could make a kind of pun on that. It is a kind of music I often thought when she. Acoustics that is. Tinkling. Empty vessels make most noise. Because the acoustics, the resonance changes according as the weight of the water is equal to the law of falling water. Like those rhapsodies of Liszt's, Hungarian, gypsy-eyed. Pearls. Drops. Rain. Diddle-iddle addle-iddle oodly oodle. This. Now. Maybe now. Before. One rapped on a door, one tapped with a knock. Did he knock Paul de Kock with a loud proud knocker with a cock cock? Cock cock. Tap. Key stugno, Ben, said Father Kelly. No, Ben, Tom Kernan interfered. The cry boy. Our native Doric. Do, Ben, Mr. Daedalus said. Good men and true. Do, they begged in one. I'll go. Here, Pat, return. Come. He came, he did not stay. To me. How much? What key? 6 sharps? F sharp major, Ben Dollard said. Bob Callie's outstretched talons griped the black deep-sounding chords. Must go Prince Bloom told Richie Prince. No, Richie said. Yes, must. Got money somewhere. He's on for a razzle backache spree. Much? He sears lip speech. 1 and 9. Penny for yourself. Here. Give him tuppence tip. Deaf, bothered. But perhaps he has wife and family waiting Patty come home. He. Deaf wait while they wait. But wait. But here. Chord stark. Lugubrious. Low. In a cave of the dark middle earth. Embedded door. Lump music. The voice of dark age, of unlove, earth's fatigue made grave approach and painful, come from afar, from hoary mountains, called on good men and true. The priest he sought. With him would he speak a word. Tap. Ben Dollard's voice. Bass baritone. Doing his level best to say it. Croak of vast moonless marsh. Other calm down. Big ship's chandler's business he did once. Remember, Rosny ropes, ship's lanterns. Failed to the tune of £10,000. Now in the Ivy home. Cubicle number so-and-so. Number 1 base did that for him. The priest's at home. A false priest's servant bade him welcome. Step in. The Holy Father. With bows a traitor servant. Curly cues of chords. Ruin them. Wreck their lives. Then build them cubicles to end their days in. Hushabye. Lullaby. Die, dog. Little dog, die. The voice of warning, solemn warning, told them the youth had entered a lonely hall. Told them how solemn fell his footsteps there, told them the gloomy chamber, the vested priest sitting to shrive. Decent soul. Bit addled now. Thinks he'll win in answers, poet's picture puzzle. We hand you crisp £5 note. Bird sitting hatching in a nest. Lay of the last minstrel he thought it was. See blank T what domestic animal? T-our most courageous mariner. Good voice he has still. No eunuch yet with all his belongings. Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Goulding listened. And by the door deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat, listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, me culpa. Latin again. That holds them like bird lime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee, corpus nomine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive, full-busted satin. Kernan. See. The sighing voice of sorrow sang. His sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times. You bitches bast. And once at mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy. A cry boy. Bronze, listening, by the beer pull gazed far away. Soulfully. Doesn't half know I'm Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Cock-cra-cra. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Night Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of Home Sweet Home. Wiped his nose in curtain too. Custom his country perhaps. That's music too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses threw up drunks. Double bisses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand open crocodile music half jaws. Woodwind like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low cut, belongings on show. Clove her breath was always in theater when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papas. Hypnotized, listening. Eyes like that. She bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman half a look. God made the countryman the tune. Met him pike hoses. Philosophy. Oh rocks. All gone. All fallen. At the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would. Last of his name and race. I too. Last of my race. Millie young student. Well, my fault perhaps. No son. Rudy. Too late now. Or if not? If not? If still? He bore no hate. Hate. Love. Those are names. Rudy. Soon I am old. Big Ben his voice unfolded. Great voice Richie Goulding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to bloom soon old. But when was young. Ireland comes now. My country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, father, Dollard the cry cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed to go. Got up to kill, on 18 bob a week. Fellows shell out the dibs. Want to keep your weather eye open. Those girls, those lovely. By the sad sea waves. Chorus girls romance. Letters read out for breach of promise. From Chickabade's own Mumpsapum. Laughter in court. Henry. I never signed it. The lovely name you. Low sank the music, air and words. Then hastened. The false priest rustling soldier from his cassock. A yeoman captain. They know it all by heart. The thrill they itch for. Yeoman cap. Tap. Tap. Thrilled she listened, bending in sympathy to hear. Blank face. Virgin should say, or fingered only. Write something on it, page. If not, what becomes of them? Decline, despair. Keeps them young. Even admire themselves. See. Play on her. Lip blow. Body of white woman, a flute alive. Blow gentle. Loud. 3 holes, all women. Goddess I didn't see. They want it. Not too much polite. That's why he gets them. Gold in your pocket, brass in your face. Say something. Make her hear. With look to look. Songs without words. Molly, that hurdy-gurdy boy. She knew he meant the monkey was sick. Or because so like the Spanish. Understand animals too that way. Solomon did. Gift of nature. Ventriloquize. My lips closed. Think in my stom. What? Will? You? I want. You. Too. With hoarse rude fury the yeoman cursed, swelling in apoplectic pitches bastard. A good thought, boy, to come. 1 hour's your time to live, your last. Tap. Tap. Thrill now. Pity they feel. To wipe away a tear for martyrs that want to, dying to, die. For all things dying, for all things born. Poor Mrs. Purifoy. Hope she's over. Because their wombs. Illiquid of womb of woman eyeball gazed under a fence of lashes, calmly, hearing. See real beauty of the eye when she not speaks. On yonder river. At each slow satiny heaving bosom's wave, her heaving imbon, red rose rose slowly sank red rose. Heartbeats, her breath, breath that is life. And all the tiny fern foils trembled of maiden hair. But look. The bright stars fade. Oh Rose. Castile. The morn. Ha. Lidwell. For him then not for. Infatuated. I like that. See her from here though. Popped corks, splashes of beer froth, stacks of empties. On the smooth jutting beer pull laid Lydia hand, lightly, plumply, leave it to my hands. All lost in pity for cry. Fro, to, fro, over the polished knob, she knows his eyes, my eyes, her thumb and finger passed in pity, passed, reposed and, gently touching, then slid so smoothly, slowly down, a cool firm white enamel baton protruding through their sliding ring. With a cock with a cara. Tap. 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 I hold this house. Amen. He gnashed in fury. Traitor swing. The chords consented. Very sad thing. But had to be. Get out before the end. Thanks, that was heavenly. Where's my hat? Pass by her. Can leave that Freeman. Letter I have. Suppose she were the. No. Walk, walk, walk. Like Cashel Boyle Caro Coil Tisdall Morris Tisdall Farrell. Walk. Well, I must be. Are you off? You're from spies. Blomst up. Or rye high blue. Ow. Bloom stood up. Soap feeling rather sticky behind. Must have sweated, music. That lotion, remember. Well, so long. High grade. Card inside. Yes. My deaf pat in the doorway straining ear Bloom passed. At Geneva Barrack that young man died. At Passage was his body laid. Dolor. Oh, he Dolores. The voice of the mournful chanter called to dolorous prayer. By rose, by satiny bosom, by the fondling hand, by slops, by empties, by popped corks, greeting and going, past highs and maidenhair, bronze and faint gold in deep shadow, went Bloom, soft Bloom, I feel so lonely Bloom. Tap. 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 Pray for him, pray the base of Dollard. You who hear in peace. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear, good men, good people. He was the cry boy. Scaring eavesdropping boots cry boots boy Bloom in the Ormond hallway heard the growls and roars of Bravo, fatback slapping, their boots all treading, boots not the boots the boy. General chorus off for a swill to wash it down. Glad I avoided. Come on, Ben, Simon Dedalus cried. By God, you're as good as ever you were. Better, said Tom Kernan. Most trenchant rendition of that ballad, upon my soul and honor it is. Lay Blake, said Father Kelly. Ben Dollard bulkily cashew-chad towards the bar, mightily praised and all big roseate, on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castagnets in the air. Big Ben Dollard. Big Ben. Big Ben. RRR. And deep moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Mists composed her rose to wait. Ben McCree, said Mr. Dedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder blade. Fit as a fiddle, only he has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. RRRRRRSSS. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute alone sat, Goulding, Collis, Ward. Uncertainly he waited. Unpaid pat too. Tap. 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 Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured tankard. Tank one believed, miskin when she, that doll he was, she doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina. Mr. Dollard. And the last rose of summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. 'Tis the last rose of summer. Dollard left bloom felt wind wound round inside. Gassy thing that cider, binding too. Wait. Post office near Reuben J's 1 and 8pence too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music. Gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the Ben health. That rules the world. Far. 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 Tap. 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 Up the key went Lion Leopold, naughty Henry with letter for Mayday, with sweets of sin with frillies for Raoul with Metin pike hoses went Poldion. Tap blind walk tapping by the tap the curbstone tapping, tap by tap. Kelly, he stuns himself with it, kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts. All ears. Not lose a de mice McQuaver. Eyes shut. Head nodding in time. Dotty. You daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-a-faddle about notes. All a kind of attempt to talk. Unpleasant when it stops because you never know exact. Organ in Gardner Street. Old Glen 50 quid a year. Queer up there in the cockloft, alone, with stops and locks and keys. Seated all day at the organ. Wander on for hours, talking to himself or the other fellow blowing the bellows. Growl angry, then shriek cursing, want to have wadding or something in his no don't she cried, then all of a soft sudden wee little pippy wind. Wee. A wee little windpipe tee. In Bloom's little wee. Was he? Mr. Dedalus said, returning with fetched pipe. I was with him this morning at poor little Paddy Dignam's, the Lord have mercy on him. By the by there's a tuning fork in there on the tap. 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 The wife has a fine voice. Or had. What? Lidwell asked. Oh, that must be the tuner, Lydia said to Simon Leonil. First I saw, forgot it when he was here. Blind he was, she told George Lidwell. Second I saw. And played so exquisitely, treat to hear. Exquisite contrast, bronze lid, marigold. Shout. Ben Dollard shouted, pouring. Sing out. Ldo. Cried Father Kelly. RRRRRR. I feel I want, tap. 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 Tap very, Mr. Dedalus said, staring hard at a headless sardine. Under the sandwich bell lay on a bier of bread one lonely, last sardine of summer. Bloom alone. Very, he stared. The lower register, for choice. Tap. 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 Bloom went by berries. Wish I could. Wait. That wonder-worker if I had 24 solicitors in that one house. Counted them. Litigation. Love one another. Piles of parchment. Messrs. Pick and Pocket have power of attorney. Goulding, Collis, Ward. But for example the chap that wallops the big drum. His vocation, Mickey Rooney's band. Wonder how it first struck him. Sitting at home after Pig's Cheek and Cabbage nursing it in the armchair. Rehearsing his band part. Pompity. Jolly for the wife. Asses' skins. Welt them through life, then wallop after death. Wallop. Seems to be what you call yashmak or I mean kismet. Fate. Tap. Tap. A stripling, blind, with a tapping cane came tap-tap-tapping by Daly's window where a mermaid hair all streaming, but he couldn't see, blue whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't, mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments. A blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue a paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn. Ha. Have you the cloche? Son as law. Shepherd his pipe. Wee a little wee. Policeman a whistle. Locks and keys. Sweep. 4 o'clock's all's well. Sleep. All is lost now. Drum? Pompity. Wait. I know. Town crier, bum bailiff. Long John. Waken the dead. Dignam. Poor little nominadumine. It is music. I mean of course it's all pom very much what they call da capo. Still you can hear. As we march along, march along. I must really. FFF. Now if I did that at a banquet. Just a question of custom Shah of Persia. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap. Muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown masson. Oh, the whore of the lane. A frowsy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glassily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing. Yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had the Hiashaza off her beat here? What is she? Hope she. PSST. Any chance of your Washington new Molly? Had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that appointment we made knowing we'd never, well hardly ever. Too dear too near to home sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks of fright in the day. Face like dip. Damn her. Oh, well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Marx's antique sale shop window haughty Henry Lionel Leopold dear Henry flower earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks melodeon oozing maggoty blow bags. Bargain, 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from a near gold from afar they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First lid, cow, cur, doll, a 5th, lid well, C. Daedalus, Bob Kelly, Kernan and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond Hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Marx's window. Robert Emmet's last words. 7 last words. Of Meyerbeer that is. True men like you men. Ben. Will lift your glass with us. They lifted. Chink. Chunk. Tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze. He saw not gold. Nor Ben nor Bob nor Tom nor C nor George nor Tanks nor Richie nor Pat. He did not see Bloom. Grease Bloom viewed last words. Softly. When my country takes her place among PRR. Must be the burr. FFF. OA. RRPR. Nations of the earth. No one behind. She's past. Then and not till then. Tram cran cran cran. Good upper. Coming. Granl crankran. I am sure it's the Burgund. Yes. 1, 2. Let my epitaph be. Written. I have. PPRRPFFRRPPFFFF. Done. I was just passing the time of day with old Troy of the D.M.P. at the corner of Arbor Hill there, and be damned but a bloody sweep came along and he near drove his gear into my eye. I turned around to let him have the weight of my tongue when who should I see dodging along stony batter only Joe Hines. "Lo, Joe," says I. "How are you blowing? Did you see that bloody chimney sweep near shove my eye out with his brush?" "Soot's luck," says Joe. "Who's the old ballocks you were talking to?" "Old Troy," says I, "was in the force. I'm on two minds not to give that fellow in charge for obstructing the thoroughfare with his brooms and ladders." "What are you doing round those parts?" says Joe. "Devil a much," says I. "There's a bloody big foxy thief beyond by the garrison church at the corner of Chicken Lane. Old Troy was just giving me a wrinkle about him. Lifted any god's quantity of tea and sugar to pay 3 bob a week. Said he had a farm in the county down off a hop off me thumb by the name of Moses Herzog over there near Haightsbury Street." "Circumcised?" says Joe. "Eh?" says I. "A bit off the top. An old plumber named Garrity. I'm hanging on to his taw now for the past fortnight and I can't get a penny out of him." "That the lay you're on now?" says Joe. "Eh?" says I. "How are the mighty fallen? Collector of bad and doubtful debts. But that's the most notorious blood robber you'd meet in a day's walk, and the face on him all pockmarks would hold a shower of rain. Tell him," says he, "I dare him," says he, "and I doubly dare him to send you round here again, or if he does," says he, "I'll have him summoned up before the court, so I will, for trading without a license. And he after stuffing himself till he's fit to burst." Jesus, I had to laugh at the little Jewy getting his shirt out. "He drink me my teas. He eat me my sugars. Because he no pay me my monies. For non-perishable goods bought of Moses Herzog, of 13 St. Kevin's Parade in the city of Dublin, Woodkey Ward, merchant, hereinafter called the vendor, and sold and delivered to Michael E. Garrity, Esquire, of 29 Arbor Hill in the city of Dublin, Arronkey Ward, gentleman, hereinafter called the purchaser, Vitlicet, 5 pounds avoirdupois of first choice tea at 3 shillings and no pence per pound avoirdupois, and 3 stone avoirdupois of sugar, crushed crystal, at 3 per pound avoirdupois, the said purchaser debtor to the said vendor of £1 5 shillings and 6 sterling for value received, which amount shall be paid by said purchaser to said vendor in weekly installments every 7 calendar days of 3 shillings and no pence sterling. And the said non-perishable goods shall not be pawned or pledged or sold or otherwise alienated by the said purchaser, but shall be and remain and be held to be the sole and exclusive property of the said vendor, to be disposed of at his good will and pleasure until the said amount shall have been duly paid by the said purchaser to the said vendor in the manner herein set forth as this day hereby agreed between the said vendor, his heirs, successors, trustees and assigns of the one part, and the said purchaser, his heirs, successors, trustees and assigns of the other part. "Are you a strict TT?" says Joe. "Not taking anything between drinks," says I. "What about paying our respects to our friend?" says Joe. "Who?" says I. "Sure, he's out in John of God's off his head, poor man. Drinking his own stuff?" says Joe. "Eh?" says I. "Whiskey and water on the brain. Come around to Barney Kiernan's," says Joe. "I want to see the citizen." "Barney Maverneens be it," says I. "Anything strange or wonderful, Joe?" "Not a word," says Joe. "I was up at that meeting in the City Arms." "What was that, Joe?" says I. "Cattle traders," says Joe, "about the foot and mouth disease. I want to give the citizen the hard word about it." So we went around by the Line Hall Barracks and the back of the courthouse talking of one thing or another. Decent fellow Joe when he has it, but sure like that he never has it. Jesus, I couldn't get over that bloody Foxy Garrity, the daylight robber. For trading without a license, says he. In Innisfail the fair there lies a land, the land of holy Micon. There rises a watchtower beheld of men afar. There sleep the mighty dead as in life they slept, warriors and princes of high renown. A pleasant land it is in sooth, of murmuring waters, fishful streams where sport the gurnard, the plaice, the roach, the halibut, the jibbed haddock, the grills, the dab, the brill, the flounder, the pollock, the mixed coarse fish generally, and other denizens of the aqueous kingdom too numerous to be enumerated. In the mild breezes of the west and of the east the lofty trees wave in different directions their first-class foliage, the wafty sycamore, the Lebanonian cedar, the exalted planetry, the eugenic eucalyptus, and other ornaments of the arboreal world with which that region is thoroughly well supplied. Lovely maidens sit in close proximity to the roots of the lovely trees singing the most lovely songs while they play with all kinds of lovely objects, as for example golden ingots, silvery fishes, crans of herrings, draughts of eels, codlings, creels of fingerlings, purple sea gems and playful insects. And heroes voyage from afar to woo them, from Eblana to Slieve-Margie, the peerless princes of unfettered Munster and of Connacht the just, and of smooth sleek Leinster, and of Crehansaland, and of Armagh the splendid, and of the noble district of Boyle, princes, the sons of kings. And there rises a shining palace whose crystal glittering roof is seen by mariners who traverse the extensive sea in barks built expressly for that purpose. And thither come all herds and fattlings and first fruits of that land, for O'Connell Fitzsimon takes toll of them, a chieftain descended from chieftains. Thither the extremely large wains bring foison of the fields, flaskets of cauliflowers, floats of spinach, pineapple chunks, Rangoon beans, strikes of tomatoes, drums of figs, drills of swedes, spherical potatoes and tallies of iridescent kale, York and Savoy, and trays of onions, pearls of the earth, and punnets of mushrooms and custard marrows and fat vetches and beer and rape and red green yellow brown russet sweet big bitter ripe pomelated apples and chips of strawberries and sieves of gooseberries, pulpy and pelurious, and strawberries fit for princes and raspberries from their canes. I dare him, says he, and I doubly dare him. Come out here, Garrity, you notorious bloody hill and dale robber. And by that way wend the herds innumerable of bellwethers and flushed ewes and shearling rams and lambs and stubble geese and medium steers and roaring mares and polled calves and longwoods and store sheep and cuffs prime springers and culls and sopigs and bacon hogs and the various different varieties of highly distinguished swine and Angus heifers and polly bullocks of immaculate pedigree, together with prime premiated milch cows and beeves, and there is ever heard a trampling, cackling, roaring, lowing, bleating, bellowing, rumbling, grunting, champing, chewing, of sheep and pigs and heavy hoot kine from pasture lands of Lusk and Rush and Carrickmeans, and from the streamy vales of Temend, from the McGillicuddy's reeks the inaccessible and lordly Shannon the unfathomable, and from the gentle declivities of the place of the race of Kyre, their udders distended with superabundance of milk and butts of butter and rennettes of cheese and farmers' firkins and targets of lamb and grannocks of corn and oblong eggs in great hundreds, various in size, the agate with this done. So we turned into Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was the citizen up in the corner having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel, Garryowen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole, with his cruis keen lawn and his load of papers, working for the cause. The bloody mongrel let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact he ate a good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came round one time with a blue paper about a license. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, citizen, says Joe. Friends here. Pass, friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, What's your opinion of the times? Doing the rappery and roary of the hill. But, begob, Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob the citizen claps his paw on his knee and he says, foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, it's the Russians wish to tyrannize. Give over your bloody cotting, Joe, says I. I've a thirst on me I wouldn't sell for half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Wine of the country, says he. What's yours? Says Joe. Ditto McNaspy, says I. 3 pints, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen? Says he. Never better, Achara, says he. What Gary? Are we going to win? Eh? And with that he took the bloody old tozer by the scruff of the neck and, by Jesus, he near throttled him. The figure seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, frank-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shea-bearded, wide-mouthed, large-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, shiny-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder he measured several ells and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny prickly hair and hue and toughness similar to the mountain gorse, Alex europus. The widened nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field lark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes, in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery, were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance the loud strong hail reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly, causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. He wore a long unsleeved garment of recently flayed oak's hide reaching to the knees in a loose kilt, and this was bound about his middle by a girdle of plaited straw and rushes. Beneath this he wore trews of deerskin, roughly stitched with gut. His nether extremities were encased in high balbriggan buskins dyed in lichen purple, the feet being shod with brogues of salted cowhide laced with the windpipe of the same beast. From his girdle hung a row of sea stones which jangled at every movement of his portentous frame, and on these were graven with rude yet striking art the tribal images of many Irish heroes and heroines of antiquity: Cuchulainn, Connecticut of 100 battles, Neil of 9 hostages, Brian of Kincardine, the Ardray Malachi, Art McMurray, Shane O'Neill, Father John Murphy, Owen Rowe, Patrick Sarsfield, Red Hugh O'Donnell, Red Jim McDermott, Soggarth Owen O'Grony, Michael Dwyer, Francie Higgins, Henry Joy McCracken, Goliath, Horace Wheatley, Thomas Kenf, Peg Woffington, the village blacksmith, Captain Moonlight, Captain Boycott, Dante Alighieri, Christopher Columbus, S. Frissa, S. Brendan, Marshall McMahon, Charlemagne, Theobald Wolfe-Tone, the mother of the Maccabees, the last of the Mohicans, the Rose of Castile, the man for Galway, the man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo, the man in the Gap, the woman who didn't, Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon Bonaparte, John L. Sullivan, Cleopatra, Savarnine Delish, Julius Caesar, Paracelsus, Sir Thomas Lipton, William Tell, Michelangelo Hayes, Muhammad, the Bride of Lammermoor, Peter the Hermit, Peter the Packer, Dark Roslin, Patrick W. Shakespeare, Brian Confucius, Murdoch Gutenberg, Patricio Velasquez, Captain Nemo, Tristan, and Isolde, the first Prince of Wales, Thomas Cook, and Son, the Bold Soldier Boy, Renaud, Dick Turpin, Ludwig Beethoven, the Colleen Bawn, Waddler Healy, Angus the Culdee, Dolly Mount, Sidney Parade, Ben Houth, Valentine Gratrakes, Adam, and Eve, Arthur Wellesley, Boss Croker, Herodotus, Jack the Giant Killer, Gautama Buddha, Lady Godiva, the Lily of Killarney, Valor of the Evil Eye, the Queen of Sheba, Aki Nagel, Joe Nagel, Alessandra Volta, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rosa, Don Philip O'Sullivan Beer. A couched spear of acuminated granite rested by him, while at his feet reposed a savage animal of the canine tribe whose stertorous gasps announced that he was sunk in uneasy slumber, a supposition confirmed by hoarse growls and spasmodic movements which his master repressed from time to time by tranquilizing blows of a mighty cudgel rudely fashioned out of Paleolithic stone. So anyhow Terry brought the 3 pints Joe was standing, and begob the sight nearly left my eyes when I saw him land out a quid-o, as true as I'm telling you. A good-looking sovereign. And there's more where that came from, says he. Were you robbing the poor bucks, Joe? Says I. Sweat of my brow, says Joe. 'Twas the prudent member gave me the wheeze. I saw him before I met you, says I, sloping around by Pill Lane and Greek Street with his cod's eye counting up all the guts of the fish. Who comes through Mycon's land, bedight in sable armor? O Bloom, the son of Rory, it is he. Impervious to fear is Rory's son, he of the prudent soul. For the old woman of Prince's Street, says the citizen, the subsidized organ. The pledge-bound party on the floor of the house. And look at this blasted rag, says he. Look at this, says he. The Irish Independent, if you please, founded by Parnell to be the working men's friend. Listen to the births and deaths in the Irish All for Ireland Independent, and I'll thank you, and the marriages. And he starts reading them out: Gordon, Barnfield Crescent, Exeter, Redmayne of Iffley, St. Anne's-on-Sea, the wife of William T. Redmayne of a son. How's that, eh? Wright and Flint, Vincent and Gillett to Rotha, Marian daughter of Rosa and the late George Alfred Gillett, 179 Clapham Road, Stockwell, Playwood and Ridsdale at St. Jude's, Kensington by the Very Reverend Dr. Forrest, Dean of Worcester. Eh? Deaths. Bristow, at Whitehall Lane, London, Carr, Stoke Newington, of gastritis and heart disease, Coburn, at the Mode House, Chepstow. I know that fellow, says Joe, from bitter experience. Coburn. Dimsey, wife of David Dimsey, late of the Admiralty, Miller, Tottenham, aged 85, Welsh, June 12, at 35 Canning Street, Liverpool, Isabella Helen. How's that for a national press, eh, my brown son? How's that for Martin Murphy, the Bantry jobber? Ah, well, says Joe, handing round the booze. Thanks be to God they had the start of us. Drink that, citizen. I will, says he, honorable person. Health, Joe, says I, and all down the form. Ah. Ow. Don't be talking. I was blue mouldy for the want of that pint. Declare to God I could hear it hit the pit of my stomach with a click. And lo, as they quaffed their cup of joy, a godlike messenger came swiftly in, radiant as the eye of heaven, a comely youth, and behind him there passed an elder of noble gait and countenance, bearing the sacred scrolls of law, and with him his lady wife, a dame of peerless lineage, fairest of her race. Little Alf Bergen popped in round the door and hid behind Barney's snug, squeezed up with the laughing. And who was sitting up there in the corner that I hadn't seen, snoring drunk blind to the world? Only Bob Doran. I didn't know what was up, and Alf kept making signs out of the door. And begob what was it? Only that bloody old pantaloon Dennis Breen in his bath slippers with 2 bloody big books tucked under his oxter, and the wife hot foot after him, unfortunate wretched woman, trotting like a poodle. I thought Alf would split. Look at him, says he. Breen. He's traipsing all round Dublin with a postcard someone sent him with you. Up on it to take a lee, and he doubled up. Take a what? Says I. Libel action, says he, for £10,000. Oh hell. Says I. The bloody mongrel began to growl that it put the fear of God in you, seeing something was up, but the citizen gave him a kick in the ribs. By Ido hushed, says he. Who? Says Joe. Breen, says Alf. He was in John Henry Menton's, and then he went round to Collis and Ward's, and then Tom Rochford met him and sent him round to the sub-sheriff's for a lark. Oh God, I've a pain laughing. Up. The long fellow gave him an eye as good as a process, and now the bloody old lunatic is gone round to Green Street to look for a G-man. When is Long John going to hang that fellow in Mountjoy? Says Joe. Bergen, says Bob Doran, waking up. Is that Alf Bergen? Yes, says Alf. Hanging? Wait till I show you. Here, Terry, give us a pony. That bloody old fool. £10,000. You should have seen Long John's eye. And he started laughing. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. Is that Bergen? Hurry up, Terry boy, says Alf. Terence O'Ryan heard him and straightway brought him a crystal cup full of the foamy ebon ale which the noble twin brothers Bungjev and Bunger de Lon brew ever in their divine ale vats, cunning as the sons of deathless Leda. For they garner the succulent berries of the hop and mass and sift and bruise and brew them, and they mix therewith sour juices and bring the must to the sacred fire and cease not night or day from their toil, those cunning brothers, lords of the vat. Then did you, chivalrous Terence, hand forth, as to the manner born, that nectarous beverage, and you offered the crystal cup to him that thirsted, the soul of chivalry, in beauty akin to the immortals. But he, the young chief of the O'Bergens, could ill brook to be outdone in generous deeds, but gave therefore with gracious gesture a testoon of costliest bronze. Thereon embossed in excellent smithwork was seen the image of a queen of regal port, scion of the House of Brunswick, Victoria her name, her most excellent majesty, by grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland and of the British dominions beyond the sea, Queen, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, even she, who bore rule, a victress over many peoples, the well-beloved, for they knew and loved her from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, the pale, the dark, the ruddy and the Ethiop. What's that bloody Freemason doing? Says the citizen, prowling up and down outside. What's that? Says Joe. Here you are, says Alf, chucking out the rhino. Talking about hanging, I'll show you something you never saw. Hangman's letters. Look at here. So he took a bundle of wisps of letters and envelopes out of his pocket. Are you cutting? Says I. Honest Injun, says Alf. Read them. So Joe took up the letters. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. So I saw there was going to be a bit of a dust. Bob's a queer chap when the porter's up in him, so says I just to make talk, how's Willie Murray those times, Alf? I don't know, says Alf. I saw him just now in Capel Street with Paddy Dignam. Only I was running after that. You what? Says Joe, throwing down the letters. With who? With Dignam, says Alf. Is it Paddy? Says Joe. Yes, says Alf. Why? Don't you know he's dead? Says Joe. Paddy Dignam dead? Says Alf. Eh? Says Joe. Sure, I'm after seeing him not 5 minutes ago, says Alf, as plain as a pikestaff. Who's dead? Says Bob Doran. You saw his ghost then, says Joe, God between us and harm. What? Says Alf. Good Christ, only 5, what? And Willie Murray with him, the two of them there near Wadukalams, what? Dignam dead? What about Dignam? Says Bob Doran. Who's talking about, dead? Says Alf. He's no more dead than you are. Maybe so, says Joe. They took the liberty of burying him this morning anyhow. Paddy? Says Alf. Eh? Says Joe. He paid the debt of nature, God be merciful to him. Good Christ. Says Alf. Begob, he was what you might call flabbergasted. In the darkness spirit hands were felt to flutter, and when prayer by tantras had been directed to the proper quarter, a faint but increasing luminosity of ruby light became gradually visible, the apparition of Tehethric double being particularly lifelike owing to the discharge of jivic rays from the crown of the head and face. Communication was effected through the pituitary body and also by means of the orange fiery and scarlet rays emanating from the sacral region and solar plexus. Questioned by his earth name as to his whereabouts in the heaven world, he stated that he was now on the path of Prlia or return, but was still submitted to trial at the hands of certain bloodthirsty entities on the lower astral levels. In reply to a question as to his first sensations in the Great Divide Beyond, he stated that previously he had seen as in a glass darkly, but that those who had passed over had summit possibilities of atomic development opened up to them. Interrogated as to whether life there resembled our experience in the flesh, he stated that he had heard from more favored beings now in the spirit that their abodes were equipped with every modern home comfort such as Tilafana, Alivatar, Hutakalda, Wataklasat, and that the highest adepts were steeped in waves of volupcy of the very purest nature. Having requested a quart of buttermilk, this was brought and evidently afforded relief. Asked if he had any message for the living, he exhorted all who were still at the wrong side of Maya to acknowledge the true path, for it was reported in Devanic circles that Mars and Jupiter were out for mischief on the eastern angle where the ram has power. It was then queried whether there were any special desires on the part of the defunct, and the reply was, "We greet you, friends of Earth, who are still in the body. Mind C.K. doesn't pile it on." It was ascertained that the reference was to Mr. Cornelius Kelleher, manager of Messrs. H.J. O'Neill's popular funeral establishment, a personal friend of the defunct, who had been responsible for the carrying out of the interment arrangements. Before departing, he requested that it should be told to his dear son Patsy that the other boot which he had been looking for was at present under the commode in the return room, and that the pair should be sent to Cullen's to be sold only as the heels were still good. He stated that this had greatly perturbed his peace of mind in the other region, and earnestly requested that his desire should be made known. Assurances were given that the matter would be attended to, and it was intimated that this had given satisfaction. "He is gone from mortal haunts, Odignam, son of our morning. Fleet was his foot on the bracken, Patrick of the beamy brow. Wail, Banba, with your wind, and wail, O ocean, with your whirlwind. There he is again," says the citizen, staring out. "Who?" says I. "Bloom," says he. "He's on point duty up and down there for the last 10 minutes. And, begob, I saw his fissog do a peep in and then slide her off again. Little Alf was knocked baways. Faith, he was. Good Christ," says he. "I could have sworn it was him." And says Bob Doran, with a hat on the back of his pole, "Lowest blackguard in Dublin when he's under the influence, who said Christ is good." "I beg your parsnips," says Alf. "Is that a good Christ," says Bob Doran, "to take away poor little Willie Dignam?" "Ah, well," says Alf, trying to pass it off. "He's over all his troubles." But Bob Doran shouts out of him, "He's a bloody ruffian, I say, to take away poor little Willie Dignam." Terry came down and tipped him the wink to keep quiet, that they didn't want that kind of talk in a respectable licensed premises. And Bob Doran starts doing the weeps about Paddy Dignam, "True as you're there. The finest man," says he, snivelling, "the finest purest character. The tear is bloody near your eye. Talking through his bloody hat. Fitter for him go home to the little sleepwalking bitch he married, Mooney, the bum bailiff's daughter. Mother kept a kip in Hardwick Street, that used to be stravaging about the landings. Bantam Lyons told me that was stopping there at 2 in the morning without a stitch on her, exposing her person, open to all comers, fair field and no favor. The noblest, the truest," says he. "And he's gone, poor little Willie, poor little Paddy Dignam." And mournful and with a heavy heart he beat the extinction of that beam of heaven. Old Gary Owen started growling again at Bloom that was skeezing round the door. "Come in, come on, he won't eat you," says the citizen. So Bloom slopes in with his cod's eye on the dog, and he asks Terry, "Was Martin Cunningham there?" "Oh, Christ m'gone," says Joe, reading one of the letters. "Listen to this, will you?" And he starts reading out one. 7 Hunter Street, Liverpool. To the High Sheriff of Dublin, Dublin. Honored Sir, I beg to offer my services in the above-mentioned painful case. I hanged Joe Gann in Bootle Jail on the 12th of February 1900, and I hanged, show us, Joe, says I, Private Arthur Chase, for foul murder of Jesse Tilsit in Pentonville Prison, and I was assistant when, Jesus, says I, Billington executed the awful murderer Toad Smith. The citizen made a grab at the letter. "Hold hard," says Joe. "I have a special knack of putting the noose once and he can't get out, hoping to be favored. I remain, honored sir, my terms is 5 guineas. H. Rumbold, master barber. And a barbarous bloody barbarian he is too," says the citizen. "And the dirty scrawl of the wretch," says Joe. "Here," says he, "take them to hell out of my sight, Alf." "Hello, Bloom," says he, "what will you have?" So they started arguing about the point, Bloom saying he wouldn't and he couldn't and excuse him, no offense and all to that, and then he said well he'd just take a cigar. "Gob, he's a prudent member and no mistake." "Give us one of your prime stinkers, Terry," says Joe. And Alf was telling us there was one chap sent in a mourning card with a black border round it. "They're all barbers," says he, "from the black country that would hang their own fathers for 5 quid down and traveling expenses." And he was telling us there's 2 fellows waiting below to pull his heels down when he gets the drop and choke him properly, and then they chop up the rope after and sell the bits for a few bob a skull. In the dark land they bide, the vengeful knights of the razor. Their deadly coil they grasp, yea, and therein they lead to Erebus whatsoever wight hath done a deed of blood, for I will on no wise suffer it, even so saith the Lord. So they started talking about capital punishment, and of course Bloom comes out with the why and the wherefore and all the cotology of the business, and the old dog smelling him all the time. I'm told those Jewies does have a sort of a queer odor coming off them for dogs about I don't know what all, deterrent effect and so forth and so on. "There's one thing it hasn't a deterrent effect on," says Alf. "What's that?" says Joe. "The poor bugger's tool that's being hanged," says Alf. "That so?" says Joe. "God's truth," says Alf. "I heard that from the head warder that was in Kilmainham when they hanged Joe Brady, the Invincible. He told me when they cut him down after the drop it was standing up in their faces like a poker. Ruling passion strong in death," says Joe, "as someone said. That can be explained by science," says Bloom. "It's only a natural phenomenon, don't you see? Because on account of the," and then he starts with his jawbreakers about phenomenon and science and this phenomenon and the other phenomenon. The distinguished scientist Herr Professor Luitpold Blumenduff tendered medical evidence to the effect that the instantaneous fracture of the cervical vertebrae and consequent scission of the spinal cord would, according to the best approved tradition of medical science, be calculated to inevitably produce in the human subject a violent ganglionic stimulus of the nerve centers of the genital apparatus, thereby causing the elastic pores of the corpora cavernosa to rapidly dilate in such a way as to instantaneously facilitate the flow of blood to that part of the human anatomy known as the penis or male organ, resulting in the phenomenon which has been denominated by the faculty a morbid upwards and outwards philoprogenitive erection in articulo mortis per diminutionem capitis. So of course the citizen was only waiting for the wink of the word, and he starts gassing out of him about the Invincibles and the Old Guard and the men of 67 and half years, to speak of 98, and Joe with him about all the fellows that were hanged, drawn and transported for the cause by drumhead court-martial and in New Ireland, and knew this, that and the other. Talking about New Ireland, he ought to go and get a new dog, so he ought. Mangy ravenous brute, sniffing and sneezing all round the place and scratching his scabs. And round he goes to Bob Doran that was standing alpha half one sucking up for what he could get. So of course Bob Doran starts doing the bloody fool with him. "Give us the paw. Give the paw, doggy. Good old doggy. Give the paw here. Give us the paw. Bloody end to the paw." He'd paw and Alf trying to keep him from tumbling off the bloody stool atop of the bloody old dog, and he talking all kinds of drivel about training by kindness and thoroughbred dog and intelligent dog, give you the bloody pip. Then he starts scraping a few bits of old biscuit out of the bottom of a Jacob's tin he told Terry to bring. Gob, he golloped it down like old boots, and his tongue hanging out of him a yard long for more. Near ate the tin and all, hungry bloody mongrel. And the citizen and Bloom having an argument about the point, the brothers Shears and Wolf Tone beyond on Arbor Hill, and Robert Emmett and Die for Your Country, the Tommy Moore touch about Sarah Curran and She's Far from the Land. And Bloom, of course, with his knock-me-down cigar putting on swank with his lardy face. Phenomenon. The fat heap he married is a nice old phenomenon with a back on her like a balloli. Time they were stopping up in the City Arms, Pisser Burke told me there was an old one there with a cracked lewd harriman of a nephew and Bloom trying to get the soft side of her doing the mollycoddle playing bazik to come in for a bit of the wampum in her will and not eating meat of a Friday because the old one was always thumping her craw and taking the loud out for a walk, and one time he led him the rounds of Dublin and, by the holy farmer, he never cried crack till he brought him home as drunk as a boiled owl, and he said he did it to teach him the evils of alcohol and buy herrings. If the three women didn't near roast him, it's a queer story. The old one, Bloom's wife and Mrs. O'Dowd that kept the hotel. Jesus, I had to laugh at Pisser Burke taking them off chewing the fat. And Bloom with his "but don't you see?" And but on the other hand. And sure, more betoken, the lout I'm told was in Powers after, the Blenders, round in Cope Street going home footless in a cab 5 times in the week after drinking his way through all the samples in the bloody establishment. Phenomenon. The memory of the dead, says the citizen taking up his pint glass and glaring at Bloom. Says Joe. You don't grasp my point, says Bloom. What I mean is, Sinn Féin. Says the citizen. Sinn Féin am Hain. The friends we love are by our side and the foes we hate before us. The last farewell was affecting in the extreme. From the belfries far and near the funereal death bell tolled unceasingly while all around the gloomy precincts rolled the ominous warning of 100 muffled drums punctuated by the hollow booming of pieces of ordnance. The deafening claps of thunder and the dazzling flashes of lightning which lit up the ghastly scene testified that the artillery of heaven had lent its supernatural pomp to the already gruesome spectacle. A torrential rain poured down from the floodgates of the angry heavens upon the bared heads of the assembled multitude which numbered at the lowest computation 500,000 persons. A posse of Dublin Metropolitan Police superintended by the Chief Commissioner in person maintained order in the vast throng for whom the York Street Brass and Reed Band whiled away the intervening time by admirably rendering on their black-draped instruments the matchless melody endeared to us from the cradle by Speranza's plaintive muse. Special quick excursion trains and upholstered trebanks had been provided for the comfort of our country cousins of whom there were large contingents. Considerable amusement was caused by the favourite Dublin street singers LNHN and MLLGN who sang the night before Larry was stretched in their usual mirth-provoking fashion. Our two inimitable drolls did a roaring trade with their broadsheets among lovers of the comedy element, and nobody who has a corner in his heart for real Irish fun without vulgarity will grudge them their hard-earned pennies. The children of the male and female Foundling Hospital who thronged the windows overlooking the scene were delighted with this unexpected addition to the day's entertainment, and a word of praise is due to the Little Sisters of the Poor for their excellent idea of affording the poor fatherless and motherless children a genuinely instructive treat. The viceregal house party, which included many well-known ladies, was chaperoned by their excellencies to the most favorable positions on a grandstand, while the picturesque foreign delegation known as the Friends of the Emerald Isle was accommodated on a tribune directly opposite. The delegation, present in full force, consisted of Commentator Bisabasi Beninobanon, the semi-paralyzed doyen of the party who had to be assisted to his seat by the aid of a powerful steam crane, Monsieur Piripal Petit Patent, the Grand Joker Vladen Bokeith the Arch-Joker Leopold Rudolf von Schwanzenbad Hodenthaler, Countess Marhaviga Kisis Zaniputrapisti, Hirami Bomboost, Count Athanatos Kauram Lopulos, Ali Baba Bakshi Shrihatlokam Effendi, Senor Hidalgo Caballero Don Pecadillo e Palabras e Paternostra de la Mala de la Malaria, Hokapoco Harakiri, Hai Hung Chang, Olaf Kaber Kiedelson, Minhir Van Trumps, Ban Polax Patty Risky, Gusapunt Prhklstr Krachinabrachizich, Boris Hupinkov, Herr Hausdirektor President Hans Chuachlisti Urli, National Gymnasium Museum Sanatorium and Suspensorium Soordinara Privatdocent Generalist Taurus Special Professor Dr. Krieg Freda Brulgem. All the delegates without exception expressed themselves in the strongest possible heterogeneous terms concerning the nameless barbarity which they had been called upon to witness. An animated altercation, in which all took part, ensued among the F.O.T.E.I. as to whether the 8th or the 9th of March was the correct date of the birth of Ireland's patron saint. In the course of the argument, cannonballs, scimitars, boomerangs, blunderbusses, stinkpots, meat choppers, umbrellas, catapults, knuckly dusters, sandbags, lumps of pig iron were resorted to, and blows were freely exchanged. The baby policeman, Constable McFadden, summoned by special courier from Booterstown, quickly restored order and with lightning promptitude proposed the 17th of the month as a solution equally honorable for both contending parties. The ready-witted 9-footer's suggestion at once appealed to all and was unanimously accepted. Constable McFadden was heartily congratulated by all the FODEI, several of whom were bleeding profusely. Commentator Benone having been extricated from underneath the presidential armchair, it was explained by his legal advisor Avvocato Pigamami that the various articles secreted in his 32 pockets had been abstracted by him during the affray from the pockets of his junior colleagues in the hope of bringing them to their senses. The objects, which included several hundred ladies' and gentlemen's gold and silver watches, were promptly restored to their rightful owners, and general harmony reigned supreme. Quietly, unassumingly, Rumbold stepped onto the scaffold in faultless morning dress and wearing his favorite flower, the Gladiolus cruentus. He announced his presence by that gentle Rumboldian cough which so many have tried, unsuccessfully, to imitate, short, painstaking yet withal so characteristic of the man. The arrival of the world-renowned headsman was greeted by a roar of acclamation from the huge concourse, the viceregal ladies waving their handkerchiefs in their excitement, while the even more excitable foreign delegates cheered vociferously in a medley of cries: Hoc, Banzai, Elgin, Zivio, Chin-Chin, Polychronia, Hyphop, Vive, Allah, amid which the ringing Evviva of the delegate of the land of song, a high double F recalling those piercingly lovely notes with which the eunuch Catalani beglimmered our great-great-grandmothers, was easily distinguishable. It was exactly 17 o'clock. The signal for prayer was then promptly given by megaphone, and in an instant all heads were bared. The commentator's patriarchal sombrero, which has been in the possession of his family since the revolution of Rienzi, being removed by his medical advisor in attendance, Dr. Pippi. The learned prelate who administered the last comforts of holy religion to the hero martyr when about to pay the death penalty knelt in a most Christian spirit in a pool of rainwater, his cassock above his hoary head, and offered up to the throne of grace fervent prayers of supplication. Hand by the block stood the grim figure of the executioner, his visage being concealed in a 10-gallon pot with 2 circular perforated apertures through which his eyes glowered furiously. As he awaited the fatal signal, he tested the edge of his horrible weapon by honing it upon his brawny forearm, or decapitated in rapid succession a flock of sheep which had been provided by the admirers of his fell but necessary office. On a handsome mahogany table near him were neatly arranged the quartering knife, the various finely tempered disemboweling appliances, specially supplied by the world-famous firm of cutlers, Messrs. John Round and Sons, Sheffield, a terracotta saucepan for the reception of the duodenum, colon, blind intestine and appendix etc. when successfully extracted, and 2 commodious milk jugs destined to receive the most precious blood of the most precious victim. The house esther of the Amalgamated Cats and Dogs Home was in attendance to convey these vessels when replenished to that beneficent institution. Quite an excellent repast consisting of rashers and eggs, fried steak and onions, done to a nicety, delicious hot breakfast rolls and invigorating tea had been considerately provided by the authorities for the consumption of the central figure of the tragedy, who was in capital spirits when prepared for death and evinced the keenest interest in the proceedings from beginning to end. But he, with an abnegation rare in these our times, rose nobly to the occasion and expressed the dying wish, immediately acceded to, that the meal should be divided in aliquot parts among the members of the Sick and Indigent Room Keepers Association as a token of his regard and esteem. The neck and non-plus-ultra of emotion were reached when the blushing bride-elect burst her way through the serried ranks of the bystanders and flung herself upon the muscular bosom of him who was about to be launched into eternity for her sake. The hero folded her willowy form in a loving embrace, murmuring fondly, "Sheila, my own." Encouraged by this use of her Christian name, she kissed passionately all the various suitable areas of his person which the decencies of prison garb permitted her ardor to reach. She swore to him as they mingled the salt streams of their tears that she would ever cherish his memory, that she would never forget her hero boy who went to his death with a song on his lips as if he were but going to a hurling match in Clontrick Park. She brought back to his recollection the happy days of blissful childhood together on the banks of Anna Liffey when they had indulged in the innocent pastimes of the young and, oblivious of the dreadful present, they both laughed heartily, all the spectators, including the venerable pastor, joining in the general merriment. That monster audience simply rocked with delight. But anon they were overcome with grief and clasped their hands for the last time. A fresh torrent of tears burst from their lacrimal ducts, and the vast concourse of people, touched to the inmost core, broke into heartrending sobs, not the least affected being the aged prebendary himself. Big strong men, officers of the peace and genial giants of the Royal Irish Constabulary, were making frank use of their handkerchiefs, and it is safe to say that there was not a dry eye in that record assemblage. A most romantic incident occurred when a handsome young Oxford graduate, noted for his chivalry towards the fair sex, stepped forward and, presenting his visiting card, bankbook and genealogical tree, solicited the hand of the hapless young lady, requesting her to name the day, and was accepted on the spot. Every lady in the audience was presented with a tasteful souvenir of the occasion in the shape of a skull and crossbones brooch, a timely and generous act which evoked a fresh outburst of emotion, and when the gallant young Oxonian, the bearer, by the way, of one of the most time-honored names in Albion's history, placed on the finger of his blushing fiancée an expensive engagement ring with emeralds set in the form of a flower-leaved shamrock, the excitement knew no bounds. Nay, even the stir provost Marshal, Lieutenant Colonel Tomkin Maxwell Frenchman Tomlinson, who presided on the sad occasion, he who had blown a considerable number of sepoys from the cannon mouth without flinching, could not now restrain his natural emotion. With his mailed gauntlet he brushed away a furtive tear and was overheard, by those privileged burghers who happened to be in his immediate entourage, to murmur to himself in a faltering undertone, "God blimey if she ate a clinker, that there bleeding tart. Blimey, it makes me kind of bleed and cry, straight, it does, when I sees her, cause I thinks of my old mash tub what's waiting for me down Limehouse way." So then the citizen begins talking about the Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the shonines that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his tuppenny stump that he catched off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the anti-treating league and drink, the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fellow into one of their musical evenings, song and dance about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could my Maureen lay, and there was a fellow with a ballyhooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen bonds going about with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob, Flahula entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fellow starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune the old cow died of. And one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings on with the females, hitting below the belt. So howandever, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would, if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. Afraid he'll bite you? Says the citizen, jeering. No, says I, but he might take my leg for a lamppost. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary? Says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old toes are growling, letting on to answer, like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they let off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about the muzzling order for a dog the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from the drouth is in it and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvelous exhibition of synanthropy given by the famous old Irish red setter wolf dog formerly known by the sobriquet of Garryowen and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances Owen Garry. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought-out dietary system, comprises, among other achievements, the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, Wild Horses Shall Not Drag It From Us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to delucidate and compare the verse recited and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the rands of ancient Celtic bards. We are not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of the Little Sweet Branch has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as a contributor D.O.C. points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Raftery and of Donald McConsidine, to say nothing of a more modern lyrist at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe that our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and issyllabicrules of the Welsh England, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctly in a tone suggestive of suppressed rancor. The curse of my curses 7 days every day and 7 dry Thursdays on you, Barney Kiernan, has no sup of water to cool my courage, and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights. So he told Terry to bring some water for the dog and, gob, you could hear him lapping it up a mile off. And Joe asked him would he have another. I will, says he, a chara, to show there's no ill feeling. Gob, he's not as green as he's cabbage looking. Arsing around from one pub to another, leaving it to your own honor, with old Giltrap Stug and getting fed up by the ratepayers and corporators. Entertainment for man and beast. And says Joe, could you make a hole in another pint? Could a swim duck? Says I. Same again, Terry, says Joe. Are you sure you won't have anything in the way of liquid refreshment? Says he. Thank you, no, says Bloom. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to meet Martin Cunningham, don't you see, about this insurance of poor Dignam's. Martin asked me to go to the house. You see, Dignam, I mean, didn't serve any notice of the assignment on the company at the time, and nominally under the Act the mortgagee can't recover on the policy. Holy wars, says Joe, laughing, that's a good one if old Shylock is a landed. So the wife comes out top dog, what? Well, that's a point, says Bloom, for the wife's admirers. Whose admirers? Says Joe. The wife's advisors, I mean, says Bloom. Then he starts all confused mucking it up about mortgager under the Act, like the Lord Chancellor giving it out on the bench and for the benefit of the wife, and that a trust is created, but on the other hand that Dignam owed Bridgman the money, and if now the wife or the widow contested the mortgagee's right till he near had the head of me addled with his mortgager under the Act. He was bloody safe he wasn't running himself under the Act that time as a rogue and vagabond, only he had a friend in court. Selling bazaar tickets, or what do you call it, Royal Hungarian Privileged Lottery. True as you're there. Oh, commend me to an Israelite. Royal and Privileged Hungarian Robbery. So Bob Doran comes lurching around asking Bloom to tell Mrs. Dignam he was sorry for her trouble and he was very sorry about the funeral, and to tell her that he said and everyone who knew him said that there was never a truer, a finer than poor little Willie that's dead, to tell her. Choking with bloody foolery. And shaking Bloom's hand doing the tragic to tell her that. Shake hands, brother. You're a rogue and I'm another. Let me, said he, so far presume upon our acquaintance, which, however slight it may appear if judged by the standard of mere time, is founded, as I hope and believe, on a sentiment of mutual esteem, as to request of you this favor. But, should I have overstepped the limits of reserve, let the sincerity of my feelings be the excuse for my boldness. No, rejoined the other, I appreciate to the full the motives which actuate your conduct, and I shall discharge the office you entrust to me, consoled by the reflection that, though the errand be one of sorrow, this proof of your confidence sweetens in some measure the bitterness of the cup. Then suffer me to take your hand, said he. The goodness of your heart, I feel sure, will dictate to you better than my inadequate words the expressions which are most suitable to convey an emotion whose poignancy, were I to give vent to my feelings, would deprive me even of speech. And off with him and out trying to walk straight. Boost at 5 o'clock. Night he was near being lagged, only Paddy Leonard knew the bobby, 14A. Blind to the world up in a shebeen in Bride Street after closing time, fornicating with 2 shawls and a bully on guard, drinking porter out of teacups. And calling himself a Frenchie for the shawls, Joseph Manuel, and talking against the Catholic religion, and he serving Mass in Adam and Eve's when he was young with his eyes shut, who wrote the New Testament, and the Old Testament, and hugging and smugging. And the 2 shawls killed with the laughing, picking his pockets, the bloody fool, and he spilling the porter all over the bed, and the 2 shawls screeching laughing at one another. How is your testament? Have you got an Old Testament? Only Paddy was passing there, I tell you what. Then see him of a Sunday with his little concubine of a wife, and she wagging her tail up the aisle of the chapel with her patent boots on her, no less, and her violets, nice as pie, doing the little lady. Jack Mooney's sister. And the old prostitute of a mother procuring rooms to street couples. Gob, Jack made him toe the line. Told him if he didn't patch up the pot, Jesus, he'd kick the shite out of him. So Terry brought the 3 pints. Here, says Joe, doing the honors. Here, citizen. Slangleet, says he. Fortune, Joe, says I. Good health, citizen. Gob, he had his mouth halfway down the tumbler already. Want a small fortune to keep him in drinks. Who is the long fellow running for the mayoralty, Alf? Says Joe. Friend of yours, says Alf. Nanan? Says Joe. The member? I won't mention any names, says Alf. I thought so, says Joe. I saw him up at that meeting now with William Field, M.P., the cattle traders. Harry Iapas, says the citizen, that exploded volcano, the darling of all countries and the idol of his own. So Joe starts telling the citizen about the foot and mouth disease and the cattle traders and taking action in the matter, and the citizen sending them all to the right about, and Bloom coming out with his sheep dip for the scab and a hoose drench for coughing coughs and the guaranteed remedy for timber tongue. Because he was up one time in a knacker's yard, walking about with his book and pencil. Here's my head and my heels are coming, till Joe Cuff gave him the order of the boot for giving lip to a grazier. Mr. Know-all. Teach your grandmother how to milk ducks. Pisser Burke was telling me in the hotel the wife used to be in rivers of tears sometimes with Mrs. O'Dowd crying her eyes out with her 8 inches of fat all over her. Couldn't loosen her farting strings, but old Cod's eye was waltzing around her showing her how to do it. What's your program today? A. Humane methods. Because the poor animals suffer and experts say, and the best known remedy that doesn't cause pain to the animal and on the sore spot administer gently. Gob, he'd have a soft hand under a hen. Gagagara. Gluck gluck gluck. Black Liz is our hen. She lays eggs for us. When she lays her egg she is so glad. Gara. Gluck gluck gluck. Then comes good Uncle Leo. He puts his hand under Black Liz and takes her fresh egg. Ga 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 gara. Gluck gluck gluck. Anyhow, says Joe, Field and Nannetti are going over tonight to London to ask about it on the floor of the House of Commons. Are you sure, says Bloom, the councillor is going? I wanted to see him, as it happens. Well, he's going off by the mailboat, says Joe, tonight. That's too bad, says Bloom. I wanted particularly. Perhaps only Mr. Field is going. I couldn't phone. No. You're sure? Nannan's going too, says Joe. The League told him to ask a question tomorrow about the Commissioner of Police forbidding Irish games in the park. What do you think of that, citizen? The Slua H. Shiren. Mr. Cow Conacher, Multifarnham. Nat, arising out of the question of my honourable friend, the member for Shillelagh, may I ask the right honourable gentleman whether the government has issued orders that these animals shall be slaughtered though no medical evidence is forthcoming as to their pathological condition? Mr. Alfors, Tom O'Shant. Con. Honourable members are already in possession of the evidence produced before a committee of the whole House. I feel I cannot usefully add anything to that. The answer to the honourable member's question is in the affirmative. Mr. Aurelio Riley, Montnot. Nat, have similar orders been issued for the slaughter of human animals who dare to play Irish games in the Phoenix Park? Mr. Alfors, the answer is in the negative. Mr. Cow Conacher, has the right honourable gentleman's famous Mitchelstown telegram inspired the policy of gentlemen on the Treasury bench? Oh, Mr. Alfors, I must have notice of that question. Mr. Stalewit, Buncombe. Indiana, don't hesitate to shoot. Ironical opposition cheers, the Speaker, order. Order. The House rises. Cheers, there's the man, says Joe, that made the Gaelic sports revival. There he is sitting there. The man that got away James Stephens. The champion of all Ireland at putting the 16-pound shot. What was your best throw, citizen? Na Baclaeus, says the citizen, letting on to be modest. There was a time I was as good as the next fellow anyhow. Put it there, citizen, says Joe. You are a bloody sight better. Is that really a fact? Says Alf. Yes, says Bloom. That's well known. Did you not know that? So off they started about Irish sports and shonin games the like of lawn tennis and about hurley and putting the stone and racy of the soil and building up a nation once again and all to that. And of course Bloom had to have his say too about if a fellow had a rower's heart violent exercise was bad. I declare to my antimacassar if you took up a straw from the bloody floor and if you said to Bloom, look at, Bloom. Do you see that straw? That's a straw. Declare to my aunt he'd talk about it for an hour so he would and talk steady. A most interesting discussion took place in the ancient hall of Brian O'Chevernanes in Sraid na Britain Beag, under the auspices of Slua H. Iron, on the revival of ancient Gaelic sports and the importance of physical culture, as understood in ancient Greece and ancient Rome and ancient Ireland, for the development of the race. The venerable president of the noble order was in the chair and the attendance was of large dimensions. After an instructive discourse by the chairman, a magnificent oration eloquently and forcibly expressed, a most interesting and instructive discussion of the usual high standard of excellence ensued as to the desirability of the revivability of the ancient games and sports of our ancient Pan-Celtic forefathers. The well-known and highly respected worker in the cause of our old tongue, Mr. Joseph McCarthy Hines, made an eloquent appeal for the resuscitation of the ancient Gaelic sports and pastimes, practiced morning and evening by Finn McCool, as calculated to revive the best traditions of manly strength and prowess handed down to us from ancient ages. L. Bloom, who met with a mixed reception of applause and hisses. Having espoused the negative, the vocalist chairman brought the discussion to a close, in response to repeated requests and hearty plaudits from all parts of a bumper house, by a remarkably noteworthy rendering of the immortal Thomas Osborne Davis evergreen verses, happily too familiar to need recalling here, A nation once again in the execution of which the veteran patriot champion may be said without fear of contradiction to have fairly excelled himself. The Irish Caruso Garibaldi was in superlative form, and his stentorian notes were heard to the greatest advantage in the time-honored anthem sung as only our citizen can sing it. His superb high-class vocalism, which by its super quality greatly enhanced his already international reputation, was vociferously applauded by the large audience, among which were to be noticed many prominent members of the clergy as well as representatives of the press and the bar and the other learned professions. The proceedings then terminated. Amongst the clergy present were the Virai Rev. William Delaney, S.J., L.L.D., the Right Rev. Gerald Malloy, D.D., the Rev. P. J. Kavanagh, C.S., S.P., the Rev. T. Waters, C.C., the Rev. John M. Ivers, P.P., the Rev. P. J. Cleary, O.S.F., the Rev. L. J. Hickey, O.P., the Very Rev. Father Nicholas, O.S.F., C., the Very Rev. B. Gorman, O.D.C., the Rev. T. Marr, S.J., the Very Rev. James Murphy, S.J., the Rev. John Lavery, V.F., the Very Rev. William Doherty, D.D., the Rev. Peter Fagan, O.M., the Rev. T. Brangan, O.S.A., the Rev. J. Flavin, C.C., the Rev. M. A. Hackett, C.C., the Rev. W. Hurley, C.C., the Right Rev. M. G. Arminas, V.G., the Rev. B. R. Slattery, O.M.I., the Very Rev. M. D. Scally, P.P., the Rev. F. T. Purcell, O.P., the Very Rev. Timothy Cannon Gorman, P.P., the Rev. J. Flanagan, C.C., the laity included P. Fay, T. Quirk, etc., etc. Talking about violent exercise, says Alf, were you at that Keogh Bennett match? No, says Joe. I heard so-and-so made a cool £100 over it, says Alf. Who? Blazes? Says Joe. And says Bloom, what I meant about tennis, for example, is the agility and training the eye. Eh? Blazes, says Alf. He let out that Myler was on the bear to run up the odds and he's swatting all the time. We know him, says the citizen. The trader's son. We know what put English gold in his pocket. True for you, says Joe. And Bloom cuts in again about lawn tennis and the circulation of the blood, asking Alf, now, don't you think, Bergen? Myler dusted the floor with him, says Alf. Heenan and Sayers was only a bloody fool to it. Handed him the father and mother of a beating. See the little kipper not up to his navel and the big fellow swiping. God, he gave him one last puck in the wind, Queensberry rules and all, made him puke what he never ate. It was a historic and a hefty battle when Myler and Percy were scheduled to don the gloves for the purse of 50 sovereigns. Handicapped as he was by lack of poundage, Dublin's pet lamb made up for it by superlative skill in ringcraft. The final bout of fireworks was a grueling for both champions. The welterweight sergeant major had tapped some lively claret in the previous mix-up during which Keogh had been receiver general of rights and lefts, the artilleryman putting in some neat work on the pet's nose, and Myler came on looking groggy. The soldier got to business, leading off with a powerful left jab to which the Irish gladiator retaliated by shooting out a stiff one flush to the point of Bennett's jaw. The redcoat ducked but the Dubliner lifted him with a left hook, the body punch being a fine one. The men came to handygrips. Myler quickly became busy and got his man under, the bout ending with the bulkier man on the ropes, Myler punishing him. The Englishman, whose right eye was nearly closed, took his corner where he was liberally drenched with water and when the bell went came on gamey and brimful of pluck, confident of knocking out the fistic Eblanite in jig time. It was a fight to a finish and the best man for it. The two fought like tigers and excitement ran fever high. The referee twice cautioned Pucking Percy for holding, but the pet was tricky and his footwork a treat to watch. After a brisk exchange of courtesies during which a smart uppercut of the military man brought blood freely from his opponent's mouth, the Lamb suddenly waded in all over his man and landed a terrific left to battling Bennett's stomach, flooring him flat. It was a knockout, clean and clever. Amid tense expectation, the Portobello bruiser was being counted out when Bennett's second Ole Wettstein threw in the towel and the Santry boy was declared victor to the frenzied cheers of the public, who broke through the ring ropes and fairly mobbed him with delight. "He knows which side his bread is buttered," says Alf. "I hear he's running a concert tour now up in the north." "He is," says Joe. "Isn't he?" "Who?" says Bloom. "Ah, yes. That's quite true. Yes, a kind of summer tour, you see. Just a holiday. Mrs. B. is the bright particular star, isn't she?" says Joe. "My wife?" says Bloom. "She's singing, yes. I think it will be a success too. He's an excellent man to organize." "Excellent. Ho ho bagob," says I to myself, says I, that explains the milk in the coconut and absence of hair on the animal's chest. Blazes doing the tootle on the flute. Concert tour. Dirty Dan the Dodger's son off Island Bridge that sold the same horses twice over to the government to fight the Boers. Old Wat. I called about the poor and water rate, Mr. Boylan. "You what?" "The water rate, Mr. Boylan." "You what? That's the bucko that'll organize her, take my tip. Twixt me and you Kadresh. Pride of Calpe's Rocky Mount, the raven-haired daughter of Tweedy. There grew she to peerless beauty where loquat and almond scent the air. The gardens of Alameda knew her step, the garths of olives knew and bowed. The chaste spouse of Leopold is she, Marian of the bountiful bosoms. And lo, there entered one of the clan of the O'Malloys, a comely hero of white face yet withal somewhat ruddy, His Majesty's counsel learned in the law, and with him the prince and heir of the noble line of Lambert. "Hello, Ned. Hello, Alf. Hello, Jack. Hello, Joe. God save you," says the citizen. "Save you kindly," says J. What'll it be, Ned? "Half one," says Ned. "So J. Ordered the drinks. Were you round at the court?" says Joe. "Yes," says J. "He'll square that, Ned," says he. "Hope so," says Ned. "Now what were those two at?" J. Getting him off the grand jury list and the other give him a leg over the stile. With his name in Stubbs's. Playing cards, hobnobbing with flash toffs with a swank glass in their eye, a drinking fizz and he half smothered in writs and garnishy orders. Pawning his gold watch in Cummins of Francis Street where no one would know him in the private office when I was there with Pisser releasing his boots out of the pop. "What's your name, sir?" "Dunn," says he. "Eh, and Dunn," says I, "gob, he'll come home by Weeping Cross one of those days, I'm thinking. Did you see that bloody lunatic Breen round there?" says Alf. Up. "Yes," says J. looking for a private detective. "Eh?" says Ned. "And he wanted right go wrong to address the court, only Corny Kelleher got round him telling him to get the handwriting examined first. £10,000, says Alf, laughing. "God, I'd give anything to hear him before a judge and jury." "Was it you did it, Alf?" says Joe. "The truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you Jimmy Johnson." "Me?" says Alf. "Don't cast your nasturtiums on my character. Whatever statement you make," says Joe, "will be taken down in evidence against you." "Of course an action would lie," says J. "It implies that he is not compos mentis." Up. "Compos Shirai," says Alf, laughing. "Do you know that he's balmy? Look at his head. Do you know that some mornings he has to get his hat on with a shoehorn?" "Yes," says J. "But the truth of a libel is no defense to an indictment for publishing it in the eyes of the law." "Ha ha, Alf," says Joe. "Still," says Bloom, "on account of the poor woman, I mean his wife. Pity about her," says the citizen. "Or any other woman marries a half and half. How half and half? Says Bloom. Do you mean he, half and half? I mean, says the citizen. A fellow that's neither fish nor flesh. Nor good red herring, says Joe. That what's I mean, says the citizen. A pishog, if you know what that is. Begob, I saw there was trouble coming. And Bloom explaining he meant on account of it being cruel for the wife having to go round after the old stuttering fool. Cruelty to animals, so it is to let that bloody poverty-stricken breen out on grass with his beard out dripping him, bringing down the rain. And she with her nose cock-a-hoop after she married him because a cousin of his old fellow's was pew-opener to the Pope. Picture of him on the wall with his Smash Hall Sweeney's mustaches, the Signor Brini from Summerhill, the Iatiano, papal zouave to the Holy Father, has left the quay and gone to Moss Street. And who was he, tell us? A nobody, 2 pair back and passages, at 7 shillings a week, and he covered with all kinds of breastplates bidding defiance to the world. And moreover, says J. A postcard is publication. It was held to be sufficient evidence of malice in the test case Sagro v. Hole. In my opinion, an action might lie. 6 and 8pence, please. Who wants your opinion? Let us drink our pints in peace. Gob, we won't be let even do that much itself. Well, good health, Jack, says Ned. Good health, Ned, says J. There he is again, says Joe. Where? Says Alf. And begob there he was passing the door with his books under his oxter and the wife beside him and Corny Kelleher with his wall-eye looking in as they went past, talking to him like a father, trying to sell him a second-hand coffin. How did that Canada swindle case go off? Says Joe. Remanded, says JJ. One of the bottle-nosed fraternity, it was went by the name of James Watt alias Safiro alias Spark and Spiro, put an ad in the papers saying he'd give a passage to Canada for 20 bob. What? Do you see any green in the white of my eye? Course it was a bloody Barney. What? Swindled them all, skivvies and badass from the county Meath, and his own kidney too. J was telling us there was an ancient Hebrew Zaretsky or something weeping in the witness box with his hat on him, swearing by the holy Moses he was stuck for 2 quid. Who tried the case? Says Joe. Recorder, says Ned. Poor old Sir Frederick, says Alf, you can cod him up to the 2 eyes. Heart as big as a lion, says Ned. Tell him a tale of woe about arrears of rent and a sick wife and a squad of kids and, faith, he'll dissolve in tears on the bench. Says Alf. Reuben J was bloody lucky he didn't clap him in the dock the other day for suing poor little Gumley that's minding stones, for the corporation there near Butt Bridge. And he starts taking off the old recorder letting on to cry, a most scandalous thing. This poor hard-working man. How many children? 10, did you say? Yes, your worship. And my wife has the typhoid. And the wife with typhoid fever. Scandalous. Leave the court immediately, sir. No, sir, I'll make no order for payment. How dare you, sir, come up before me and ask me to make an order? A poor hard-working industrious man. I dismiss the case. And whereas on the 16th day of the month of the Oxide Goddess and in the 3rd week after the feast day of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the daughter of the skies, the Virgin Moon being then in her 1st quarter, it came to pass that those learned judges repaired them to the halls of law. There Master Courtney, sitting in his own chamber, gave his read, and Master Justice Andrews, sitting without a jury in the probate court, weighed well and pondered the claim of the first chargeant upon the property in the matter of the will propounded and final testamentary disposition in re the real and personal estate of the late lamented Jacob Halliday, vintner, deceased, versus Livingston, an infant, of unsound mind, and another. And to the solemn court of Green Street there came Sir Frederick the Falconer. And he sat him there about the hour of 5 o'clock to administer the law of the bronze at the Commission for all that and those parts to be holden in and for the county of the city of Dublin. And there sat with him the High Sanhedrim of the 12 tribes of Ir, for every tribe 1 man, of the tribe of Patrick and of the tribe of Hugh and of the tribe of Owen and of the tribe of Connecticut and of the tribe of Oscar and of the tribe of Fergus and of the tribe of Finn and of the tribe of Dermot and of the tribe of Cormac and of the tribe of Kevine and of the tribe of Caolt and of the tribe of Ossian, there being in all 12 good men and true. And he conjured them by him who died en route that they should well and truly try and true deliverance make in the issue joined between their sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar and true verdict give according to the evidence so help them God and kiss the book. And they rose in their seats, those 12 of Ir, and they swore by the name of him who is from everlasting that they would do his right wiseness. And straightway the minions of the law led forth from their donjon keep one whom the sleuth hounds of justice had apprehended in consequence of information received. And they shackled him hand and foot and would take of him ne bail ne main prize but preferred a charge against him for he was a malefactor. Those are nice things, says the citizen, coming over here to Ireland filling the country with bugs. So Bloom lets on he heard nothing and he starts talking with Joe, telling him he needn't trouble about that little matter till the first but if he would just say a word to Mr. Crawford. And so Joe swore high and holy by this and by that he'd do the devil and all. Because, you see, says Bloom, for an advertisement you must have repetition. That's the whole secret. Rely on me, says Joe. Swindling the peasants, says the citizen, and the poor of Ireland. We want no more strangers in our house. Oh, I'm sure that will be all right, Hines, says Bloom. It's just that keys, you see. Consider that done, says Joe. Very kind of you, says Bloom. The strangers, says the citizen. Our own fault. We let them come in. We brought them in. The adulteress and her paramour brought the Saxon robbers here. Decree nice I, says JJ and Bloom letting on to be awfully deeply interested in nothing. A spider's web in the corner behind the barrel, and the citizen scowling after him and the old dog at his feet looking up to know who to bite and when. A dishonored wife, says the citizen, that's what's the cause of all our misfortunes. And here she is, says Alf, that was giggling over the police gazette with Terry on the counter, in all her war paint. Give us a squint at her, says I, and what was it only one of the smutty Yankee pictures Terry borrows off of Corny Kelleher. Secrets for enlarging your private parts. Misconduct of Society Belle. Norman W. Tupper, wealthy Chicago contractor, finds pretty but faithless wife in lap of Officer Taylor. Belle in her bloomers misconducting herself, and her fancyman feeling for her tickles and Norman W. Tupper bouncing in with his pea-shooter just in time to be late after she doing the trick of the loop with Officer Taylor. Oh Jakers, Jenny, says Joe, how short your shirt is. There's hair, Joe, says I get a queer old tail end of corned beef off of that one, what? So anyhow in came John Wise Nolan and Lenehan with him with a face on him as long as a late breakfast. Well, says the citizen, what's the latest from the scene of action? What did those tinkers in the city hall at their caucus meeting decide about the Irish language? Oh Nolan, clad in shining armor, low-bending made obeisance to the puissant and high and mighty chief of all Erin and did him to wit of that which had befallen, how that the grave elders of the most obedient city, second of the realm, had met them in the Thulsel, and there, after due prayers to the gods who dwell in ether supernal, had taken solemn counsel whereby they might, if so be it might be, bring once more into honor among mortal men the winged speech of the said divided Gael. It's on the march, says the citizen. To hell with the bloody brutal Sassenachs and their patois. So J. puts in a word, doing the tough about one story was good till you heard another and blinking facts and the Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope and drawing up a bill of attainder to impeach a nation, and Bloom trying to back him up moderation and botheration and their colonies and their civilization. Their civilization, you mean, says the citizen. To hell with them. The curse of a good for nothing god light sideways on the bloody thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they have they stole from us. Tongue-a-teed sons of bastards ghosts. The European family, says J. They're not European, says the citizen. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet dance. And says John Wise, full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenihan that knows a bit of the lingo, conspuez l'anglais. Perfide Albion. He said, and then lifted he in his rude great brawny strengthy hands the medder of dark strong foamy ale and, uttering his tribal slogan Lam Dir Gabu, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you, says I to Lenihan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tenner. Gold cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenihan? Says Derry. Throw away, says he, at 20-1. A rank outsider. And the rest nowhere. And base's mare? Says Derry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip scepter for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Derry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me. Lord Howard de Walden's. 20-1, says Lenihan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throw away, says he. Takes the biscuit, and talking about bunions. Frailty, thy name is Scepter. So he went over to the biscuit tin Bob Doran left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod, the old cur after him backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. She'd have won the money only for the other dog. And Jay and the citizen arguing about law and history with Bloom sticking in an odd word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mote in others' eyes but they can't see the beam in their own. Rames, says the citizen. There's no one as blind as the fellow that won't see, if you know what that means. Where are our missing 20 millions of Irish should be here today instead of 4, our lost tribes. And our potteries and textiles, the finest in the whole world. And our wool that was sold in Rome in the time of Juvenal and our flax and our damask from the looms of Antrim and our Limerick lace, our tanneries and our white flint glass down there by Ballybough and our Huguenot poplin that we have since Jacquard de Lyon and our woven silk and our Foxford tweeds and ivory raised point from the Carmelite convent in New Ross, nothing like it in the whole wide world. Where are the Greek merchants that came through the pillars of Hercules, the Gibraltar now grabbed by the foe of mankind, with gold and Tyrian purple to sell in Wexford at the Fair of Carmen? Read Tacitus and Ptolemy, even Gyraldus Cambrensis. Wine, peltries, Connemara marble, silver from Tipperary, second to none, are far-famed horses even today, the Irish hobbies, with King Philip of Spain offering to pay customs duties for the right to fish in our waters. What do the Yellow Johns of Anglia owe us for our ruined trade and our ruined hearths? And the beds of the Barrow and Shannon they won't deepen with millions of acres of marsh and bog to make us all die of consumption? As treeless as Portugal we'll be soon, says John Wise, or Heligoland with its one tree if something is not done to reforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castletown's, save them, says the citizen, the giant ash of Galway and the chieftain elm of Kildare with a 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage. Save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the fair hills of Era. Oh, Europe has its eyes on you, says Lenihan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Wise Dunlin, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley. Lady Sylvester Elmshade, Mrs. Barbara Love Birch, Mrs. Polash, Mrs. Holly Hazle Eyes, Miss Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Canebrake, Mrs. Clyde Twelvetrees, Mrs. Rowan Green, Mrs. Helen Vinnigading, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth, Miss Blanche Maple, Mrs. Maud Mahogany, Miss Myra Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss P. Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O. Mimosa San, Miss Rachel C. Frond, the Misses Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall, Mrs. Kitty Dewey Moss, Miss May Hawthorne, Mrs. Gloriana Palm, Mrs. Leona Forrest, Mrs. Arabella Blackwood and Mrs. Norma Holyoke of Oak Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the conifer of the Glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerized silk, molded on an underslip of gloaming gray, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald and finished with a triple flounce of darker hued fringe, the scheme being relieved by breetles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honor, Miss Larch Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone, a dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe and repeated capriciously in the jade green toques in the form of heron feathers of pala-tinted coral. Senhor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability and, in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman, Spare That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of St. Fiacre in Hordo after the papal blessing, the happy pair were subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech mast, bay leaves, catkins of willow, ivtod, haw-berries, mistletoe sprigs and quicken shoots. Mr. and Mrs. Wise Conifernlin will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest. And our eyes are on Europe, says the citizen. We had our trade with Spain and the French and with the Flemings before those mongrels were pupped, Spanish ale in Galway, the wine bark on the Whynadark waterway. And will again, says Joe. And with the help of the Holy Mother of God we will again, says the citizen, clapping his thigh. Our harbors that are empty will be full again, Queenstown, Kinsale, Galway, Blacksod Bay, Vintry in the Kingdom of Kerry, Killybegs, the third largest harbour in the wide world with a fleet of masts of the Galway Lynches and the Cavan O'Reillys and the O'Kennedys of Dublin, when the Earl of Desmond could make a treaty with the Emperor Charles V himself. And will again, says he, when the first Irish battleship is seen breasting the waves with our own flag to the fore, none of your Henry Tudor's harps, no, the oldest flag afloat, the flag of the province of Desmond and Thomond, 3 crowns on a blue field, the 3 sons of Milesius. And he took the last swig out of the pint. Moya. All wind and piss like a tan-yard cat. Cows in Connacht have long horns. As much as his bloody life is worth to go down and address his tall talk to the assembled multitude in Shanagaldon, where he daren't show his nose with the Molly Maguires looking for him to let daylight through him for grabbing the holding of an evicted tenant. Here to that, says John Wise. What will you have? An imperial yeomanry, says Lenehan, to celebrate the occasion. Have one, Terry, says John Wise, and a hands up. Terry. Are you asleep? Yes, sir, says Terry. Small whiskey and bottle of Allsop. Right, sir. Hanging over the bloody paper with Alf looking for spicy bits instead of attending to the general public. Picture of a budding match, trying to crack their bloody skulls, one chap going for the other with his head down like a bull at a gate. And another one, Black Beast burned in Omaha, Georgia, a lot of Deadwood dicks in slouch hats and they firing at a Sambo strung up in a tree with his tongue out and a bonfire under him. Gob, they ought to drown him in the sea after and electrocute and crucify him to make sure of their job. But what about the fighting navy, says Ned, that keeps our foes at bay? I'll tell you what about it, says the citizen. Hell upon earth it is. Read the revelations that's going on in the papers about flogging on the training ships at Portsmouth. A fellow writes that calls himself Disgusted One. So he starts telling us about corporal punishment and about the crew of tars and officers and rear admirals drawn up in cocked hats and the parson with his Protestant Bible to witness punishment and a young lad brought out, howling for his ma, and they tie him down on the butt end of a gun. A rump and dozen, says the citizen, was what that old ruffian Sir John Beresford called it, but the modern God's Englishman calls it caning on the breech. And says John Wise, 'tis a custom more honoured in the breach than in the observance. Then he was telling us the master-at-arms comes along with a long cane and he draws out and he flogs the bloody backside off of the poor lad till he yells "Meal a murder." "That's your glorious British Navy," says the citizen, "that bosses the earth. The fellows that never will be slaves, with the only hereditary chamber on the face of God's earth and their land in the hands of a dozen gay mogs and cotton ball barons. That's the great empire they boast about of drudges and whipped serfs. On which the sun never rises," says Joe. "And the tragedy of it is," says the citizen, "they believe it. The unfortunate yahoos believe it. They believe in Rod, the Scourger Almighty, creator of hell upon earth, and in Jackie Tar, the son of a gun, who was conceived of unholy boast, born of the fighting navy, suffered under romp and dozen, was scarified, flayed and curried, yelled like bloody hell, the third day he arose again from the bed, steered into heaven, sitteth on his beam until further orders whence he shall come to drudge for a living and be paid. But," says Bloom, "isn't discipline the same everywhere? I mean, wouldn't it be the same here if you put force against force? Didn't I tell you? As true as I'm drinking this porter, if he was at his last gasp he'd try to downface you that dying was living. We'll put force against force," says the citizen. "We have our Greater Ireland beyond the sea. They were driven out of house and home in the Black 47. Their mud cabins and their shillings by the roadside were laid low by the battering ram, and the Times rubbed its hands and told the white-livered Saxons there would soon be as few Irish in Ireland as redskins in America. Even the Grand Turk sent us his piastres. But the Sassenach tried to starve the nation at home while the land was full of crops that the British hyenas bought and sold in Rio de Janeiro. They drove out the peasants in hordes. 20,000 of them died in the coffin ships. But those that came to the land of the free remember the land of bondage. And they will come again, and with a vengeance, no cravens, the sons of Granuaile, the champions of Kathleen ni Houlihan." "Perfectly true," says Bloom. "But my point was, we are a long time waiting for that day, citizen," says Ned. "Since the poor old woman told us that the French were on the sea and landed at Killa." Says John Wise. "We fought for the royal Stuarts that reneged us against the Williamites and they betrayed us. Remember Limerick and the broken Treatistone. We gave our best blood to France and Spain, the wild geese. Fontenoy, and Sarsfield and O'Donnell, Duke of Tetuan in Spain, and Ulysses Brown of Camas that was Field Marshal to Maria Theresa. But what did we ever get for it? The French," says the citizen. "Set of dancing masters. Do you know what it is? They were never worth a roasted far to Ireland. Aren't they trying to make an entente cordiale now at Taipei's dinner party with perfidious Albion? Firebrands of Europe, and they always we conspuez les Franchise," says Lenehan, nobbling his beer. "And as for the Proteans and the Hanoverians," says Joe, "haven't we had enough of those sausage-eating bastards on the throne, from George the Elector down to the German lad and the flatulent old bitch that's dead? Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in her royal palace every night of God, old Vic, with her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her up body and bones to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing him old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says JJ, we have Edward the Peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pax about that boyo. Edward Galfwedden. And what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests and bishops of Ireland doing up his room in Maynooth in his satanic majesty's racing colours and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode? The Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf. And says J. Considerations of space influenced their lordship's decision. Will you try another, citizen? Says Joe. Yes, sir, says he. I will. You? Says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I, may your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking with John Wise, and he quite excited with his Dundalk mud-colored mug on him and his old plume eyes rolling about. Persecution, says he, all the history of the world is full of it. perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means? Says John Wise. Yes, says Bloom. What is it? Says John Wise. A nation? Says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. By God, then, says Ned, laughing, if that's so I'm a nation, for I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So of course everyone had the laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it, or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I may ask? Says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here. Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet and, gob, he spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with the push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words. The much treasured and intricately embroidered ancient Irish facecloth attributed to Solomon of Droma and Manus Tomalt to Chog MacDonagh, authors of the Book of Ballymote, was then carefully produced and called forth prolonged admiration. No need to dwell on the legendary beauty of the corner pieces, the acme of art, wherein one can distinctly discern each of the 4 evangelists in turn presenting to each of the 4 masters his evangelical symbol, a bog oak scepter, a North American puma, a far nobler king of beasts than the British article, be it said in passing, a kerry calf and a golden eagle from Cairntoul. The scenes depicted on the emunctory field, showing our ancient duns and raths and cromlechs and grionons and seats of learning and maledictive stones, are as wonderfully beautiful and the pigments as delicate as when the Sligo illuminators gave free rein to their artistic fantasy long ago in the time of the Barmecides. Glentala, the lovely lakes of Killarney, the ruins of Clonmacnoise, Cong Abbey, Glen Inn and the 12 Pins, Ireland's Eye, the green hills of Tellagd, Crowpatrick, the brewery of Messrs. Arthur Guinness, Son and Company, Ltd., Loch Nees Banks, the Vale of Avica, Isolda's Tower, the Mapazobelisk, Sir Patrick Dunn's Hospital, Cape Clear, the Glen of Herlow, Lynch's Castle, the Scotch House, Ratdown Union Workhouse at Lawrenstown, Tullamore Jail, Castle Cahill Rapids, Kilbully McShingakill, the Cross at Minister Boyce, Jury's Hotel, S. Patrick's Purgatory, the Salmon Leap, Maynooth College Refectory, Curly's Hole, the 3 birthplaces of the first Duke of Wellington, the Rock of Cashel, the Bog of Allen, the Henry Street Warehouse, Fingal's Cave. All these moving scenes are still there for us today, rendered more beautiful still by the waters of sorrow which have passed over them and by the rich incrustations of time. Show us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted. Also now. This very moment. This very instant. Gob, he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he. Plundered. Insulted. Persecuted. Taking what belongs to us by right. At this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about the New Jerusalem? Says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wise. Stand up to it then with force like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Mark for a soft-nosed bullet. Old lardy face standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if he only had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. That's not life for men and women, insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that is a really life. What? Says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now, says he to John Wise. Just round to the court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering you? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wise. Isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbor. That chap? Says the citizen. Beggar my neighbor is his motto. Love, Moya. He's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. B loves a fair gentleman. Lee Chi-han lovey up kissy chapu chow. Jumbo, the elephant, loves Alice, the elephant. Old Mr. Verschoyle with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verschoyle with the turned eye. The man in the brown mackintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person. And this person loves that other person because everybody loves somebody but God loves everybody. Well, Joe, says I, your very good health and song. More power, citizen, hurrah, there, says Joe. The blessing of God and Mary and Patrick on you, says the citizen. And he ups with his pint to wet his whistle. We know those cantors, says he, preaching and picking your pocket. What about sanctimonious Cromwell and his Ironsides that put the women and children of Drogheda to the sword with the Bible text God is love pasted round the mouth of his cannon? The Bible. Did you read that skit in the United Irishman today about that Zulu chief that's visiting England? What's that? Says Joe. So the citizen takes up one of his paraphernalia papers and he starts reading out. A delegation of the chief cotton magnates of Manchester was presented yesterday to His Majesty the Alaki of Abikata by Gold Stick in Waiting, Lord Walkup of Walkup-on-Eggs, to tender to His Majesty the heartfelt thanks of British traders for the facility afforded them in his dominions. The delegation partook of luncheon at the conclusion of which the dusky potentate, in the course of a happy speech, freely translated by the British chaplain, the Reverend Ananias Braisgood Barebones, tendered his best thanks to Massa Walkup and emphasized the cordial relations existing between Abikata and the British Empire, stating that he treasured as one of his dearest possessions an illuminated Bible, the volume of the Word of God and the secret of England's greatness, graciously presented to him by the White Chief Woman, the great Squaw Victoria, with a personal dedication from the august hand of the royal donor. The Alaki then drank a loving cup of first shot Husquibah to the toast black and white from the skull of his immediate predecessor in the dynasty Kakachakachak, surnamed 40 Warts, after which he visited the chief factory of Cottonopolis and signed his mark in the visitor's book, subsequently executing a charming old Abikutic war dance, in the course of which he swallowed several knives and forks, amid hilarious applause from the girl hands. Widow woman, says Ned. I wouldn't doubt her. Wonder did he put that Bible to the same use as I would. Same only more so, says Lenehan. And thereafter in that fruitful land the broad-leaved mango flourished exceedingly. Is that by Griffith? Says John Wise. No, says the citizen. It's not signed Shanana. It's only initialed, P, and a very good initial too, says Joe. That's how it's worked, says the citizen. Trade follows the flag. Well, says J. If they're any worse than those Belgians in the Congo Free State they must be bad. Did you read that report by a man what's this his name is? Casement, says the citizen. He's an Irishman. Yes, that's the man, says JJ, raping the women and girls and flogging the natives on the belly to squeeze all the red rubber they can out of them. I know where he's gone, says Lenehan, cracking his fingers. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. The courthouse is a blind. He had a few bob on throwaway and he's gone to gather in the shekels. Is it that whitey-eyed coffer? Says the citizen, that never backed a horse in anger in his life? That's where he's gone, says Lenehan. I met Bantam Lyons going to back that horse only I put him off it and he told me Bloom gave him the tip. Bet you what you like he has 100 shillings to 5 on. He's the only man in Dublin has it. A dark horse. He's a bloody dark horse himself, says Joe. Mind, Joe, says I, show us the entrance out. There you are, says Derry. Goodbye Ireland, I'm going to court. So I just went round the back of the yard to pump ship and begob, 100 shillings to 5, while I was letting off my throwaway 22, letting off my load gob, says I to myself. I knew he was uneasy in his 2 pints off of Joe and 1 in Slattery's off, in his mind to get off the mark too. 100 shillings is 5 quid, and when they were in the Dark Horse, Pisser Burke was telling me card party and letting on the child was sick. Gob, must have done about a gallon, flabby arse of a wife speaking down the tube, she's better or she's, ow, all a plan so he could vamoose with the pool if he won, or, Jesus, full up I was, trading without a license, ow, Ireland my nation, says he, hoik. Ftook, never be up to those bloody, there's the last of it, Jerusalem, ah, cuckoos. So anyhow when I got back they were at it, ding dong. John Wise saying it was Bloom gave the ideas for Sinn Féin to Griffith to put in his paper all kinds of gerrymandering, packed juries and swindling the taxes off of the government and appointing consuls all over the world to walk about selling Irish industries. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Gob, that puts the bloody kibosh on it if old Sloppy Eyes is mucking up the show. Give us a bloody chance. God save Ireland from the likes of that bloody mouseabout. Mr. Bloom with his Argall Bargall. And his old fellow before him perpetrating frauds, old Matthew Salem Bloom, the robbing bagman, that poisoned himself with the prussic acid after he swamping the country with his baubles and his penny diamonds. Loans by post on easy terms. Any amount of money advanced on note of hand. Distance no object. No security. Gob, he's like Landy McHale's goat that'd go a piece of the road with everyone. Well, it's a fact, says John Wise. And there's the man now that'll tell you all about it, Martin Cunningham. Sure enough, the castle car drove up with Martin on it and Jack Power with him and a fellow named Crofter or Crofton, pensioner out of the Collector General's. An Orangeman Blackburn does have on the registration, and he drawing his pay, or Crawford gallivanting around the country at the king's expense. Our travellers reached the rustic hostelry and alighted from their palfreys. "Ho, varlet!" cried he, who by his means seemed a leader of the party. "Saucy knave! To us!" So saying he knocked loudly with his sword hilt upon the open lattice. Mine host came forth at the summons, girding him with his tabard. "Give you good den, my masters," said he with an obsequious bow. "Bestir thyself, sirrah!" cried he who had knocked. "Look to our steeds. And for ourselves give us of your best, for I faith we need it." "Lack-a-day, good masters," said the host, "my poor house has but a bare larder. I know not what to offer your lordships." "How now, fellow?" cried the second of the party, a man of pleasant countenance. "So servest thou the king's messengers, Master Tapton?" An instantaneous change overspread the landlord's visage. "Cry you mercy, gentlemen," he said humbly. "An you be the king's messengers, God shield his majesty, you shall not want for aught. The king's friends, God bless his majesty, shall not go a-feasting in my house, I warrant me." "Then about," cried the traveller who had not spoken, a lusty trencherman by his aspect. "Hast aught to give us?" Mine host bowed again as he made answer, "What say you, good masters, to a squab pigeon pasty, some collops of venison, a saddle of veal, widgeon with crisp hog's bacon, a boar's head with pistachios, a basin of jolly custard, a medlar tansy and a flagon of old Rhenish?" "Gadzooks!" cried the last speaker. "That likes me well. Pistachios! Aha!" cried he of the pleasant countenance. "A poorhouse and a bare larder, quotha! 'Tis a merry rogue. So in comes Martin asking where was Bloom. 'Where is he?' says Lenehan. 'Defrauding widows and orphans.' 'Isn't that a fact?' says John Wise, 'what I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Féin?' 'That's so,' says Martin. 'Or so they allege.' 'Who made those allegations?' says Alf. 'I,' says Joe. 'I'm the alligator.' 'And after all,' says John Wise, 'why can't a Jew love his country like the next fellow?' 'Why not?' says Jay. J. When he's quite sure which country it is. Is he a Jew or a Gentile or a Holy Roman or a swaddler or what the hell is he? Says Ned. Or who is he? No offense, Crofton. Who is Junius? Says J. J. We don't want him, says Crofter the Orangeman or Presbyterian. He's a perverted Jew, says Martin, from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle. Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist? Says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin. Only namesakes. His name was Virag, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by Deadpole, the father did. That's the new Messiah for Ireland. Says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter, so are we. Yes, says J. J. And every male that's born they think it may be their Messiah. And every Jew is in a tall state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a father or a mother. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenehan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets buying a tin of Neve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. Inventor Samir, says J. J. Do you call that a man? Says the citizen. I wonder did he ever put it out of sight, says Joe. Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Power. And who does he suspect? Says the citizen. Gob, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed middlings he is. Lying up in the hotel pisser was telling me once a month with headache like a toddy with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fellow the like of that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then sloping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing. Not as much as would blind your eye. Charity to the neighbor, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. A wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is. Virag from Hungary. A Hashawaris I call him. Cursed by God. Have you time for a brief libation, Martin? Says Ned. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick. J. and S. You, Jack? Crofton? 3 half-ones, Derry. St. Patrick would want to land again at Ballyconler and convert us, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass. God bless all, here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe. And at the sound of the sacring bell, headed by a crucifer with acolytes, thurifers, boat-bearers, readers, osterii, deacons and subdeacons, the blessed company drew nigh of mitred abbots and priors and guardians and monks and friars, the monks of Benedict of Spoleto, Carthusians, and Camaldolesi, Cistercians and Olivetans, Oratorians and Valumbricians, and the friars of Augustine, Brigittines, Premonstratensians, Servi, Trinitarians, and the children of Peter Nolasco, and therewith from Carmel Mount the children of Elijah prophet led by Albert Bishop and by Teresa of Avila, Calst and other, and friars, brown and grey, sons of poor Francis, Capuchins, Cordeliers, Minimes and Observants and the daughters of Clara, and the sons of Dominic, the friars preachers, and the sons of Vincent, and the monks of S. Woolston, and Ignatius his children, and the confraternity of the Christian brothers led by the Reverend Brother Edmund Ignatius Rice. And after came all saints and martyrs, virgins and confessors, S. Cyr and S. Isidore Arator and S. James the Less and S. Ficas of Sinope and S. Julian Hospitator and S. Felix de Cantless and S. Simon Stylites and S. Stephen Protomartyr and S. John of God and S. Farrell and S. Logard and S. Theodotus and S. Volmer and S. Richard and S. Vincent de Paul and S. Martin of Todi and S. Martin of Tours and S. Alfred and S. Joseph and S. Dennis and S. Cornelius and S. Leopold and S. Bernard and S. Darren Lawrence and S. Edward and S. Owen Caniculus and S. Anonymous and S. Eponymous and S. Pseudonymous and S. Homonymous and S. Hieronymus and S. Synonymous and S. Lawrence O'Toole and S. James of Dingle and Compostela and S. Columns and S. Columba and S. Celestine and S. Coleman and S. Kevine and S. Brendan and S. Frigidian and S. Zenon and S. Faulkner and S. Columbanus and S. Gall and S. Fiercy and S. Finton and S. Fiagra and S. John Nepomuc and S. Thomas Aquinas and S. Ives of Brittany and S. Markin and S. Herman Joseph and the three patrons of Holy Youth S. Aloysius Gonzaga and S. Stanislaus Kostka and S. John Birchmans and the saints Gervasius, Servasius and Bonifacius and S. Bride and S. Kieran and S. Canis of Kilkenny and S. Jarlath of Tuam and S. Finbar and S. Papin of Ballymun and Brother Aloysius Pacificus and Brother Louis Bellicus S. and the saints Rose of Lima and of Viterbo and S. Martha of Bethany and S. Mary of Egypt and S. Lucy and S. Brigid and S. Attracta and S. Timpna and S. Ida and S. Marian Calpensis and the Blessed Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus and S. Barbara and S. Scholastica and S. Ursula with 11,000 virgins. And all came with nimbi and aureoles and glorii, bearing palms and harps and swords and olive crowns, in robes whereon were woven the blessed symbols of their efficacies, inkhorns, arrows, loaves, cruces, fetters, axes, trees, bridges, babes in a bathtub, shells, wallets, shears, keys, dragons, lilies, buckshot, beards, hogs, lamps, bellows, beehives, sepulchres, stars, snakes, anvils, boxes of vaseline, bells, crutches, forceps, stag's horns, watertight boots, hawks, millstones, eyes on a dish, wax candles, aspergills, unicorns. And as they wended their way by Nelson's Pillar, Henry Street, Mary Street, Capel Street, Little Britain Street chanting the introit in Epiphania Domini which beginneth surge, illuminare and thereafter most sweetly the gradual omnes which saith de sabavenient they did divers wonders such as casting out devils, raising the dead to life, multiplying fishes, healing the halt and the blind, discovering various articles which had been mislaid, interpreting and fulfilling the scriptures, blessing and prophesying. And last, beneath a canopy of cloth of gold came the Reverend Father O'Flynn attended by Malachi and Patrick. And when the good fathers had reached the appointed place, the house of Bernard Kiernan and Co., Ltd., 8, 9 and 10 Little Britain Street, wholesale grocers, wine and brandy shippers, licensed for the sale of beer, wine and spirits for consumption on the premises. The celebrant blessed the house and censed the mullioned windows and the groins and the vaults and the arises and the capitals and the pediments and the cornices and the engrailed arches and the spires and the cupolas and sprinkled the lintels thereof with blessed water and prayed that God might bless that house as he had blessed the house of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and make the angels of his light to inhabit therein. And entering he blessed the viands and the beverages and the company of all the blessed answered his prayers. Additorium nostrum in nomine Domini. Qui fecit coelum et terram. Dominus vobiscum. Et cum spiritu tuo. And he laid his hands upon that he blessed and gave thanks and he prayed and they all with him prayed, Deus, cuius verbo sanctificantur omnia, benedictionem tuam und super creature assistas. Et presta ut quisquis secundum legem et voluntatem tam cum gratia urim action usus fuerit per invocationem sanctissimi nominis tui corporis sanitatem et animi tutelum te aucta percipiat per Christum Dominum nostrum. And so say all of us, says Jack. 1,000 a year, Lambert, says Crofton or Crawford. Right, says Ned, taking up his John Jameson. And butter for fish. I was just looking around to see who the happy thought would strike when be damned but in he comes again letting on to be in a hell of a hurry. I was just round at the courthouse, says he, looking for you. I hope I'm not, no, says Martin, we're ready. Courthouse my eye and your pockets hanging down with gold and silver. Mean bloody scut. Stand us a drink itself. Devil a sweet fear. There's a Jew for you. All for number 1. Cute as a shithouse rat. 100 to 5. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen, "Beg your pardon," says he. "Come on, boys," says Martin, seeing it was looking blue. "Come along now. Don't tell anyone," says the citizen, letting a bawl out of him. "It's a secret." And the bloody dog woke up and let a growl. "Bye-bye all," says Martin. And he got them out as quick as he could, Jack Power and Crofton or whatever you call him, and him in the middle of them, letting on to be all at sea, and up with them on the bloody jaunting car. "Off with you," says Martin to the jarvey. The milk-white dolphin tossed his main end, rising in the golden poop. The helmsman spread the bellying sail upon the wind and stood off forward with all sail set, the spinnaker to larboard. A many comely nymphs drew nigh to starboard and to larboard, and, clinging to the sides of the noble bark, they linked their shining forms as doth the cunning wheelwright when he fashions about the heart of his wheel the equidistant rays whereof each one is sister to another, and he binds them all with an outer ring, and giveth speed to the feet of men when as they ride to a hosting or contend for the smile of ladies fair. Even so did they come and set them, those willing nymphs, the undying sisters. And they laughed, sporting in a circle of their foam, and the bark clave the waves. But the gob, I was just lowering the heel of the pint when I saw the citizen getting up to waddle to the door, puffing and blowing with the dropsy, and he cursing the curse of Cromwell on him, bell, book and candle in Irish, spitting and spatting out of him, and Joe and little Alf round him like a leprechaun trying to peacify him. "Let me alone," says he. And begob he got as far as the door, and they holding him, and he bawls out of him, "3 cheers for Israel. Sit down on the parliamentary side of your ass for Christ's sake, and don't be making a public exhibition of yourself. Jesus, there's always some bloody clown or other kicking up a bloody murder about bloody nothing. Gob, it'd turn the porter sour in your guts, so it would." And all the ragamuffins and sluts of the nation round the door, and Martin telling the jarvey to drive ahead, and the citizen bawling, and Alf and Joe at him to whisht, and he on his high horse about the Jews and the loafers calling for a speech, and Jack Power trying to get him to sit down on the car and hold his bloody jaw, and a loafer with a patch over his eye starts singing "If the Man in the Moon Was a Jew, Jew, Jew," and a slut shouts out of her, "Eh, mister? Your fly is open, mister." And says he, Mendelssohn was a Jew, and Karl Marx and Mercadante and Spinoza. And the Savior was a Jew, and his father was a Jew. "Your God? He had no father?" says Martin. "That'll do now. Drive ahead." "Who's God?" says the citizen. "Well, his uncle was a Jew," says he. "Your God was a Jew. Christ was a Jew like me." "Gob," the citizen made a plunge back into the shop. "By Jesus," says he, "I'll brain that bloody Jewman for using the holy name. By Jesus, I'll crucify him, so I will. Give us that biscuit box here." "Stop. Stop," says Joe. A large and appreciative gathering of friends and acquaintances from the metropolis and Greater Dublin assembled in their thousands to bid farewell to Nagius Agos Urim Lipati Virig, late of Messrs. Alexander Thoms, printers, to His Majesty, on the occasion of his departure for the distant clime of Zazharminch Brajugulias Jugulas, meadow of murmuring waters. The ceremony, which went off with great éclat, was characterized by the most affecting cordiality. An illuminated scroll of ancient Irish vellum, the work of Irish artists, was presented to the distinguished phenomenologist on behalf of a large section of the community, and was accompanied by the gift of a silver casket, tastefully executed in the style of ancient Celtic ornament, a work which reflects every credit on the makers, Messrs. Jacob Auguste Jacob. The departing guest was the recipient of a hearty ovation, many of those who were present being visibly moved when the select orchestra of Irish pipes struck up the well-known strains of "Come Back to Erin," followed immediately by Rakotchzi's March. Tar barrels and bonfires were lighted along the coastline of the Four Seas on the summits of the Hill of Howth, Three Rock Mountain, Sugar Loaf, Bray Head, the Mountains of Mourne, the Galtees, the Ox and Donegal and Sperrin Peaks, the Nagels and the Bogrags, the Connemara Hills, the reeks of Mgillicuddy, Slieve Aughty, Slieve Burnay, and Slieve Bloom. Amid cheers that rent the welkin, responded to by answering cheers from a big muster of henchmen on the distant Cambrian and Caledonian hills, The mastodontic pleasure ship slowly moved away, saluted by a final floral tribute from the representatives of the fair sex who were present in large numbers while, as it proceeded down the river, escorted by a flotilla of barges, the flags of the ballast office and custom house were dipped in salute, as were also those of the electrical power station at the pigeon house and the pool bag light. Vishzondbladesra, Kedvsberadan. Vishzondbladesra. Gone but not forgotten. Gob, the devil wouldn't stop him till he got hold of the bloody tin anyhow, and out with him, and little Alf hanging on to his elbow and he shouting like a stuck pig, as good as any bloody play in the Queen's Royal Theatre, where is he till I murder him? And Ned and J paralyzed with the laughing. Bloody wars, says I'll be in for the last gospel. But as luck would have it, the Jorvie got the nag's head round the other way and off with him. Hold on, citizen, says Joe. Stop. Begob, he drew his hand and made a swipe and let fly. Mercy of God, the sun was in his eyes or he'd have left him for dead. Gob, he near sent it into the county Longford. The bloody nag took fright and the old mongrel after the car like bloody hell, and all the populace shouting and laughing and the old tin box clattering along the street. The catastrophe was terrific and instantaneous in its effect. The observatory of Dunsink registered in all 11 shocks, all of the 5th grade of Mercalli's scale, and there is no record extant of a similar seismic disturbance in our island since the earthquake of 1534. The year of the rebellion of Silken Thomas. The epicenter appears to have been that part of the metropolis which constitutes the Inski ward and parish of St. Michan, covering a surface of 40 acres, 2 roods and 1 square pole or perch. All the lordly residences in the vicinity of the Palace of Justice were demolished, and that noble edifice itself, in which at the time of the catastrophe important legal debates were in progress, is literally a mass of ruins beneath which it is to be feared all the occupants have been buried alive. From the reports of eyewitnesses it transpires that the seismic waves were accompanied by a violent atmospheric perturbation of cyclonic character. An article of headgear since ascertained to belong to the much respected clerk of the Crown and Peace Mr. George Fottrell, and a silk umbrella with gold handle with the engraved initials, crest, coat of arms and house number of the erudite and worshipful chairman of Quarter Sessions Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, have been discovered by search parties in remote parts of the island respectively, the former on the 3rd basaltic ridge of the Giant's Causeway, the latter embedded to the extent of 1 foot 3 inches in the sandy beach of Holy Open Bay near the old head of Kinsale. Other eyewitnesses depose that they observed an incandescent object of enormous proportions hurtling through the atmosphere at a terrifying velocity in a trajectory directed southwest by west. Messages of condolence and sympathy are being hourly received from all parts of the different continents, and the Sovereign Pontiff has been graciously pleased to decree that a special Missa pro defunctus shall be celebrated simultaneously by the ordinaries of each and every cathedral church of all the episcopal dioceses, subject to the spiritual authority of the Holy See, in suffrage of the souls of those faithful departed who have been so unexpectedly called away from our midst. The work of salvage, removal of debris, human remains etc. has been entrusted to Messrs. Michael Mead and Son, 159 Great Brunswick Street, and Messrs. T. and C. Martin, 77, 78, 79 and 18 North Wall, assisted by the men and officers of the Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry under the general supervision of H.R. H., Rear Admiral, the Right Honourable Sir Hercules Hannibal Habeas Corpus Anderson, K. G. K. P. K. T. P. C. K. C. B. M. P. J. P. M. B. D. S. O. S. O. D. M. F. H. M. R. I. A. B. L. MS. Doc. P. L. G. F. T. C. D. F. R. U. I. F. R. C. P. I and F. R. C. S. I. You never saw the like of it in all your born puff. Gob, if he got that lottery ticket on the side of his pole he'd remember the gold cup, he would so, but Gob the citizen would have been lagged for assault and battery and Joe for aiding and abetting. The Jarvey saved his life by furious driving as sure as God made Moses. What? Oh, Jesus, he did. And he led a volley of oaths after him. Did I kill him, says he, or what? And he shouting to the bloody dog, after him, Gary. After him, boy. And the last we saw was the bloody car rounding the corner and old Sheep's face on it gesticulating and the bloody mongrel after it with his lugs back for all he was bloody well worth to tear him limb from limb. 100-5. Jesus, he took the value of it out of him, I promise you. When, lo, there came about them all a great brightness and they beheld the chariot wherein he stood ascend to heaven. And they beheld him in the chariot, clothed upon in the glory of the brightness, having raiment as of the sun, fair as the moon and terrible that for awe they durst not look upon him. And there came a voice out of heaven, calling, Elijah. Elijah. And he answered with a main cry, Abba. Adonai. And they beheld him even him, Ben Bloom Elijah, amid clouds of angels ascend to the glory of the brightness at an angle of 4 to 5 degrees over Donahoe's in Little Green Street like a shot off a shovel. The summer evening had begun to fold the world in its mysterious embrace. Far away in the west the sun was setting and the last glow of all too fleeting day lingered lovingly on sea and strand, on the proud promontory of dear old Healthgarding as ever the waters of the bay, on the weed-grown rocks along sandy Mount Shore and, last but not least, on the quiet church whence there streamed forth at times upon the stillness the voice of prayer to her who is in her pure radiance a beacon ever to the storm-tossed heart of man, Mary, star of the sea. The three girl-friends were seated on the rocks, enjoying the evening scene and the air which was fresh but not too chilly. Many a time and oft were they wont to come there to that favorite nook to have a cozy chat beside the sparkling waves and discuss matters feminine, Sissy Caffrey and Eddie Boardman with the baby in the pushcar and Tommy and Jackie Caffrey, two little curly-headed boys, dressed in sailor suits with caps to match and the name HMS Belize printed on both. For Tommy and Jackie Caffrey were twins, scarce 4 years old and very noisy and spoiled twins sometimes but for all that darling little fellows with bright merry faces and endearing ways about them. They were dabbling in the sand with their spades and buckets, building castles as children do, or playing with their big colored ball, happy as the day was long. And Eddie Boardman was rocking the chubby baby to and fro in the pushcar while that young gentleman fairly chuckled with delight. He was but 11 months and 9 days old and, though still a tiny toddler, was just beginning to lisp his first babyish words. Sissy Caffrey bent over to him to tease his fat little plucks and the dainty dimple in his chin. "Now, baby," Sissy Caffrey said. "Say out big, big. I want a drink of water." And baby prattled after her, "A jinka jawbo." Sissy Caffrey cuddled the wee chap for she was awfully fond of children, so patient with little sufferers, and Tommy Caffrey could never be got to take his castor oil unless it was Sissy Caffrey that held his nose and promised him the scatty heel of the loaf or brown bread with golden syrup on. What a persuasive power that girl had! But to be sure baby Boardman was as good as gold, a perfect little dote in his new fancy bib. None of your spoilt beauties, Flora McFlimsy sort, was Sissy Caffrey. A truer-hearted lass never drew the breath of life, always with a laugh in her gypsy-like eyes and a frolicsome word on her cherry-ripe red lips, a girl lovable in the extreme. And Eddie Boardman laughed too at the quaint language of little brother. But just then there was a slight altercation between Master Tommy and Master Jackie. Boys will be boys, and our two twins were no exception to this golden rule. The apple of discord was a certain castle of sand which Master Jackie had built, and Master Tommy would have it right go wrong that it was to be architecturally improved by a front door like the Martello Tower had. But if Master Tommy was headstrong, Master Jackie was self-willed too, and, true to the maxim that every little Irishman's house is his castle, he fell upon his hated rival, and to such purpose that the would-be assailant came to grief and, alas to relate, the coveted castle too. Needless to say, the cries of discomfited Master Tommy drew the attention of the girlfriends. "Come here, Tommy," his sister called imperatively. "At once. And you, Jackie, for shame to throw poor Tommy in the dirty sand. Wait till I catch you for that." His eyes misty with unshed tears, Master Tommy came at her call, for their big sister's word was law with the twins. And in a sad plight he was too after his misadventure. His little man-o'-war top and unmentionables were full of sand, but Sissy was a past mistress in the art of smoothing over life's tiny troubles, and very quickly not one speck of sand was to be seen on his smart little suit. Still the blue eyes were glistening with hot tears that would well up, so she kissed away the hurtness and shook her hand at Master Jackie the culprit, and said if she was near him she wouldn't be far from him, her eyes dancing in admonition. "Nasty bold Jackie!" she cried. She put an arm round the little mariner and coaxed winningly, "What's your name? Butter and cream? Tell us who is your sweetheart," spoke Eddie Boardman. "Is Sissy your sweetheart?" "Now," tearful Tommy said. "Is Eddie Boardman your sweetheart?" Sissy queried. "Now," Tommy said. "I know," Eddie Boardman said none too amiably with an arch glance from her short-sighted eyes. "I know who is Tommy's sweetheart. Gertie is Tommy's sweetheart." "Now," Tommy said on the verge of tears. Sissy's quick mother wit guessed what was amiss, and she whispered to Eddie Boardman to take him there behind the push-car where the gentleman couldn't see, and to mind he didn't wet his new tan shoes. But who was Gertie? Gertie McDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was, in very truth, as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a Giltrap than a McDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility, but those iron gel-oids she had been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the Widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get, and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster with tapering fingers and as white as lemon juice and queen of ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed or take a milk foot bath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Eddie Boardman, a deliberate lie. When she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie, the girl chums had of course their little tiffs from time to time like the rest of mortals, and she told her not to let on whatever she did that it was her that told her, or she'd never speak to her again. No. Honor where honor is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid queenly hauteur about Gertie which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie McDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land, and have seen herself exquisitely gowned with jewels on her brow and patrician suitors at her feet vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her soft lie-featured face at whiles a look, tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Woman Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrow line, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes, so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured, and how to beat all increase your height and you have a beautiful face, but your nose? That would suit Mrs. Dignam because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters, and pared her nails too, Thursday for wealth. And just now, at Eddie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose bloom, crept into her cheeks. She looked so lovely in her sweet girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal. For an instant she was silent with rather sad downcast eyes. She was about to retort, but something checked the words on her tongue. Inclination prompted her to speak out, dignity told her to be silent. The pretty lips pouted a while, but then she glanced up and broke out into a joyous little laugh which had in it all the freshness of a young May morning. She knew right well, no one better, what made Squinty say that because of him cooling in his attentions when it was simply a lover's quarrel. As per usual, somebody's nose was out of joint about the boy that had the bicycle off the London Bridge Road, always riding up and down in front of her window. Only now his father kept him in the evenings studying hard to get an exhibition in the intermediate that was on, and he was going to go to Trinity College to study for a doctor when he left the high school, like his brother W.E. Wiley, who was racing in the bicycle races in Trinity College University. Little recked he perhaps for what she felt, that dull aching void in her heart sometimes, piercing to the core. Yet he was young, and perchance he might learn to love her in time. They were Protestants in his family, and of course Gertie knew who came first, and after him the Blessed Virgin and then Saint Joseph. But he was undeniably handsome with an exquisite nose, and he was what he looked, every inch a gentleman. The shape of his head too at the back without his cap on, that she would know anywhere something off the common, and the way he turned the bicycle at the lamp with his hands off the bars, and also the nice perfume of those good cigarettes, and besides they were both of a size 2, he and she, and that was why Eddie Boardman thought she was so frightfully clever, because he didn't go and ride up and down in front of her bit of a garden. Gertie was dressed simply, but with the instinctive taste of a votary of dame fashion, for she felt that there was just a mite that he might be out. A neat blouse of electric blue, self-tinted by Dolly dyes, because it was expected in the ladies' pictorial that electric blue would be worn, with a smart V opening down to the division and kerchief pocket, in which she always kept a piece of cotton wool scented with her favorite perfume because the handkerchief spoiled the sit, and a navy 3/4 skirt cut to the stride showed off her slim graceful figure to perfection. She wore a coquettish little love of a hat of wide-leaved nigger straw contrast trimmed with an underbrim of egg blue chenille, and at the side a butterfly bow of silk to tone. All Tuesday stay week afternoon she was hunting to match that chenille, but at last she found what she wanted at Clary's summer sales, the very slightly shop-soiled, but you would never notice, 7 fingers 2 and a penny. She did it up all by herself, and what joy was hers when she tried it on then, smiling at the lovely reflection which the mirror gave back to her. And when she put it on the water jug to keep the shape, she knew that would take the shine out of some people she knew. Her shoes were the newest thing in footwear. Eddie Boardman prided herself that she was very petite, but she never had a foot like Gertie McDowell, a 5, and never would ash, oak or elm, with patent toe caps and just one smart buckle over her high-arched instep. Her well-turned ankle displayed its perfect proportions beneath her skirt, and just the proper amount and no more of her shapely limbs encased in fin-spun hose with high-spliced heels and wide garter tops. As for aunties, they were Gertie's chief care, and who that knows the fluttering hopes and fears of sweet 17, though Gertie would never see 17 again, can find it in his heart to blame her? She had 4 dinky sets with awfully pretty stitchery, 3 garments and nighties extra, and each set slotted with different colored ribbons, rosy pink, pale blue, mauve and pea green, and she aired them herself and blued them when they came home from the wash, and ironed them, and she had a brickbat to keep the iron on because she wouldn't trust those washerwomen as far as she'd see them scorching the things. She was wearing the blue for luck, hoping against hope, her own color, and lucky too for a bride to have a bit of blue somewhere on her, because the green she wore that day week brought grief because his father brought him in to study for the intermediate exhibition, and because she thought perhaps he might be out, because when she was dressing that morning she nearly slipped up the old pair on her inside out, and that was for luck and lovers meeting if you put those things on inside out, or if they got untied, that he was thinking about you so long as it wasn't of a Friday. And yet, that strained look on her face. A gnawing sorrow is there all the time. Her very soul is in her eyes, and she would give worlds to be in the privacy of her own familiar chamber where, giving way to tears, she could have a good cry and relieve her pent-up feelings, tough not too much because she knew how to cry nicely before the mirror. "You are lovely, Gertie," it said. The paly light of evening falls upon a face infinitely sad and wistful. Gertie McDowell yearns in vain. Yes, she had known from the very first that her daydream of a marriage has been arranged and the wedding bells ringing for Mrs. Reggie Wiley T.C.D., because the one who married the elder brother would be Mrs. Wiley, and in the fashionable intelligence Mrs. Gertrude Wiley was wearing a sumptuous confection of grey trimmed with expensive blue fox was not to be. He was too young to understand. He would not believe in love, a woman's birthright. The night of the party long ago in Stewart's, he was still in short trousers, when they were alone and he stole an arm round her waist. She went white to the very lips. He called her little one in a strangely husky voice and snatched a half-kiss, the first, but it was only the end of her nose, and then he hastened from the room with a remark about refreshments. Impetuous fellow. Strength of character had never been Reggie Wiley's strong point, and he who would woo and win Gertie McDowell must be a man among men. But waiting, always waiting to be asked, and it was leap year too and would soon be over. No Prince Charming is her beau ideal to lay a rare and wondrous love at her feet, but rather a manly man with a strong quiet face who had not found his ideal, perhaps his hair slightly flecked with grey, and who would understand, take her in his sheltering arms, strain her to him in all the strength of his deep passionate nature and comfort her with a long, long kiss. It would be like heaven. For such a one she yearns this balmy summer eve. With all the heart of her she longs to be his only, his affianced bride, for riches for poor, in sickness in health, till death us two part, from this to this day forward. And while Letty Boardman was with little Tommy behind the pushcar, she was just thinking, would the day ever come when she could call herself his little wife-to-be? Then they could talk about her till they went blue in the face, Bertha Supple too, and Eddie, little Spitfire, because she would be 22 in November. She would care for him with creature comforts too, for Gertie was womanly wise and knew that a mere man liked that feeling of humminess. Her griddle cakes done to a golden brown hue and Queen Anne's pudding of delightful creaminess had won golden opinions from all, because she had a lucky hand also for lighting a fire, dredge in the fine self-rising flour and always stir in the same direction, then cream the milk and sugar and whisk well the white of eggs, though she didn't like the eating part when there were any people that made her shy, and often she wondered why you couldn't eat something poetical like violets or roses, and they would have a beautifully appointed drawing room with pictures and engravings and the photograph of Grandpapa Giltrap's lovely dog Gario, and that almost talked, it was so human, and chintz covers for the chairs and that silver toast track in Clary's summer jumble sales like they have in rich houses. He would be tall with broad shoulders. She had always admired tall men for a husband, with glistening white teeth under his carefully trimmed sweeping mustache, and they would go on the continent for their honeymoon, 3 wonderful weeks, and then, when they settled down in a nice snug and cozy little homely house, every morning they would both have brekkie, simple but perfectly served, for their own two selves, and before he went out to business he would give his dear little wifey a good hearty hug and gaze for a moment deep down into her eyes. Eddie Boardman asked Tommy Caffrey was he done, and he said yes, so then she buttoned up his little knickerbockers for him and told him to run off and play with Jackie and to be good now and not to fight. But Tommy said he wanted the ball, and Eddie told him no, that baby was playing with the ball and if he took it there'd be wigs on the green, but Tommy said it was his ball and he wanted his ball, and he pranced on the ground, if you please. The temper of him. Oh, he was a man already, was little Tommy Caffrey, since he was out of pennies. Eddie told him no, no, and to be off now with him, and she told Sissy Caffrey not to give in to him. "You're not my sister," naughty Tommy said. "It's my ball." But Sissy Caffrey told Baby Boardman to look up high at her finger, and she snatched the ball quickly and threw it along the sand, and Tommy after it in full career, having won the day. "Anything for a quiet life," laughed Sis. And she tickled Tiny Tot's 2 cheeks to make him forget and played "Here's the Lord Mayor, here's his 2 horses, Here's his gingerbread carriage and here he walks in, chin copper, chin copper, chin copper chin. But Eddie got as cross as two sticks about him getting his own way like that from everyone always petting him. "I'd like to give him something," she said, "so I would, where I won't say." "On the Beatty Tom," laughed Sissy merrily. Gertie McDowell bent down her head and crimsoned at the idea of Sissy saying an unladylike thing like that out loud. She'd be ashamed of her life to say, flushing a deep rosy red, and Eddie Boardman said she was sure the gentleman opposite heard what she said. "But not a pin cared, sis. Let him," she said with a pert toss of her head and a piquant tilt of her nose. "Give it to him too on the same place as quick as I'd look at him." Madcap Sis with her gollywog curls. You had to laugh at her sometimes. For instance, when she asked you would you have some more Chinese tea and jaspberry ramen when she drew the jugs too and the men's faces on her nails with red ink make you split your sides, or when she wanted to go where she said she wanted to run and pay a visit to the Miss White. That was just like Sissykums. Oh, and will you ever forget her the evening she dressed up in her father's suit and hat and the burned cork mustache and walked down Tritonville Road, smoking a cigarette? There was none to come up to her for fun. But she was sincerity itself, one of the bravest and truest hearts heaven ever made, not one of your two-faced things, too sweet to be wholesome. And then there came out upon the air the sound of voices and the pealing anthem of the organ. It was the men's temperance retreat conducted by the missioner, the Reverend John Hughes S. J., Rosary, Sermon and Benediction of the Most Blessed Sacrament. They were there gathered together without distinction of social class, and a most edifying spectacle it was to see, in that simple fane beside the waves, after the storms of this weary world, kneeling before the feet of the Immaculate, reciting the litany of Our Lady of Loretto, beseeching her to intercede for them. The old familiar words, Holy Mary, Holy Virgin of Virgins. How sad to poor Gertie's ears. Had her father only avoided the clutches of the demon drink, by taking the pledge or those powders the drink habit cured in Pearson's Weekly, she might now be rolling in her carriage, second to none. Over and over had she told herself that as she mused by the dying embers in a brown study without the lamp because she hated two lights, or oftentimes gazing out of the window dreamily by the hour at the rain falling on the rusty bucket, thinking. But the tea-vial decoction which has ruined so many hearths and homes had cast its shadow over her childhood days. Nay, she had even witnessed in the home circle deeds of violence caused by intemperance and had seen her own father, a prey to the fumes of intoxication, forget himself completely, for if there was one thing of all things that Gertie knew it was that the man who lifts his hand to a woman save in the way of kindness, deserves to be branded as the lowest of the low. And still the voices sang in supplication to the Virgin most powerful, Virgin most merciful. And Gertie, wrapped in thought, scarce saw or heard her companions or the twins at their boyish gambols or the gentleman off Sandy Mount Green that Sissy Caffrey called the man that was so like himself passing along the Strand taking a short walk. You never saw him anyway screwed, but still, and for all that she would not like him for a father because he was too old or something or on account of his face, it was a palpable case of Dr. Fell, or his carbuncly nose with the pimples on it and his sandy mustache a bit white under his nose. Poor father. With all his faults she loved him still when he sang Tell Me, Mary, How to Woo Thee or My Love and Cottage near Rochelle, and they had stewed cockles and lettuce with Lazenby's salad dressing for supper, and when he sang The Moon Hath Raised with Mr. Dignam that died suddenly and was buried, God have mercy on him, from a stroke. Her mother's birthday that was, and Charlie was home on his holidays, and Tom and Mr. Dignam and Mrs. and Patsy and Freddie Dignam, and they were to have had a group taken. No one would have thought the end was so near. Now he was laid to rest. And her mother said to him to let that be a warning to him for the rest of his days, and he couldn't even go to the funeral on account of the gout, and she had to go into town to bring him the letters and samples from his office about Catesby's cork lino, artistic, standard designs, fit for a palace, gives tip-top wear and always bright and cheery in the home. A sterling good daughter was Gertie, just like a second mother in the house, A ministering angel too, with a little heart worth its weight in gold. And when her mother had those raging splitting headaches, who was it rubbed the menthol cone on her forehead, but Gertie, though she didn't like her mother's taking pinches of snuff, and that was the only single thing they ever had words about, taking snuff. Everyone thought the world of her for her gentle ways. It was Gertie who turned off the gas at the main every night, and it was Gertie who tacked up on the wall of that place where she never forgot every fortnight the chlorate of lime Mr. Tunney the grocer's Christmas almanac, the picture of halcyon days where a young gentleman in the costume they used to wear then with a three-cornered hat was offering a bunch of flowers to his lady-love with old-time chivalry through her lattice window. You could see there was a story behind it. The colors were done something lovely. She was in a soft clinging white in a studied attitude, and the gentleman was in chocolate, and he looked a thorough aristocrat. She often looked at them dreamily when she went there for a certain purpose, and felt her own arms that were white and soft just like hers with the sleeves back, and thought about those times because she had found out in Walker's pronouncing dictionary that belonged to Grandpapa Giltrap about the halcyon days what they meant. The twins were now playing in the most approved brotherly fashion till at last Master Jackie, who was really as bold as brass, there was no getting behind that, deliberately kicked the ball as hard as ever he could down towards the seaweedy rocks. Needless to say, poor Tommy was not slow to voice his dismay, but luckily the gentleman in black, who was sitting there by himself, came gallantly to the rescue and intercepted the ball. Our two champions claimed their plaything with lusty cries, and to avoid trouble Sissy Caffrey called to the gentleman to throw it to her, please. The gentleman aimed the ball once or twice and then threw it up the strand towards Sissy Caffrey, but it rolled down the slope and stopped right under Gertie's skirt near the little pool by the rock. The twins clamored again for it, and Sissy told her to kick it away and let them fight for it, so Gertie drew back her foot, but she wished their stupid ball hadn't come rolling down to her, and she gave a kick, but she missed, and Eddie and Sissy laughed. "If you fail, try again," Eddie Boardman said. Gertie smiled assent and bit her lip. A delicate pink crept into her pretty cheek, but she was determined to let them see, so she just lifted her skirt a little, but just enough, and took good aim and gave the ball a jolly good kick, and it went ever so far, and the two twins after it down towards the shingle. Pure jealousy, of course, it was nothing else, to draw attention on account of the gentleman opposite looking. She felt the warm flush, a danger signal always with Gertie McDowell, surging and flaming into her cheeks. Till then they had only exchanged glances of the most casual, but now under the brim of her new hat she ventured a look at him, and the face that met her gaze there in the twilight, wan and strangely drawn, seemed to her the saddest she had ever seen. Through the open window of the church the fragrant incense was wafted, and with it the fragrant names of her who was conceived without stain of original sin: spiritual vessel, pray for us; honorable vessel, pray for us; vessel of singular devotion, pray for us; mystical rose. And careworn hearts were there, and toilers for their daily bread, and many who had erred and wandered, their eyes wet with contrition, but for all that bright with hope, for the Reverend Father Hughes had told them what the great Saint Bernard said in his famous prayer of Mary, the most pious Virgin's intercessory power, that it was not recorded in any age that those who implored her powerful protection were ever abandoned by her. The twins were now playing again right merrily, for the troubles of childhood are but as fleeting summer showers. Sissy Caffrey played with baby Boardman till he crowed with glee, clapping baby hands in air. "Peep," she cried behind the hood of the pushcar, and Eddie asked where was Sissy gone, and then Sissy popped up her head and cried, "Ah!" And, my word, didn't the little chap enjoy that? And then she told him to say papa. "Say papa, baby. Say papa, 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 papa." And baby did his level best to say it, for he was very intelligent for 11 months everyone said, and big for his age, and the picture of health, a perfect little bunch of love, and he would certainly turn out to be something great, they said. "Haja ya ya haja." Sissy wiped his little mouth with the dribbling bib and wanted him to sit up properly and say papa, but when she undid the strap she cried out, "Holy Saint Denis," that he was passing wet, and to double the half blanket the other way under him. Of course his infant majesty was most obstreperous at such toilet formalities, and he let everyone know it. Habba 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 habba. and two great big lovely big tears coursing down his cheeks. It was all no use soothing him with no, baby, no, and telling him about the Gigi and where was the puff puff, but sis, always really witted, gave him in his mouth the teat of the sucking bottle, and the young heathen was quickly appeased. Gertie wished to goodness they would take their squalling baby home out of that and not get on her nerves. No hour to be out, and the little brats of twins. She gazed out towards the distant sea. It was like the paintings that man used to do on the pavement with the colored chalks, and such a pity too, leaving them there to be all blotted out, the evening and the clouds coming out and the Bailey light on half, and to hear the music like that and the perfume of those incense they burned in the church like a kind of waft. And while she gazed her heart went pit-a-pat. Yes, it was her he was looking at, and there was meaning in his look. His eyes burned into her as though they would search her through and through, read her very soul. Wonderful eyes they were, superbly expressive, but could you trust them? People were so queer. She could see at once by his dark eyes and his pale intellectual face that he was a foreigner, the image of the photo she had of Martin Harvey, the matinee idol, only for the mustache, which she preferred because she wasn't stage-struck like Winnie Rippingham that wanted they two to always dress the same on account of a play, but she could not see whether he had an aquiline nose or a slightly retroussé from where he was sitting. He was in deep mourning, she could see that, and the story of a haunting sorrow was written on his face. She would have given worlds to know what it was. He was looking up so intently, so still, and he saw her kick the ball, and perhaps he could see the bright steel buckles of her shoes if she swung them like that thoughtfully with the toes down. She was glad that something told her to put on the transparent stockings, thinking Reggie Wiley might be out, but that was far away. Here was that of which she had so often dreamed. It was he who mattered, and there was joy on her face because she wanted him, because she felt instinctively that he was like no one else. The very heart of the girl-woman went out to him, her dreams band, because she knew on the instant it was him. If he had suffered, more sinned against than sinning, or even, if he had been himself a sinner, a wicked man, she cared not. Even if he was a Protestant or Methodist, she could convert him easily if he truly loved her. There were wounds that wanted healing with heartbalm. She was a womanly woman, not like other flighty girls, unfeminine he had known, those cyclists showing off what they hadn't got, and she just yearned to know all, to forgive all if she could make him fall in love with her, make him forget the memory of the past. Then mayhap he would embrace her gently, like a real man, crushing her soft body to him, and love her, his ownest girlie, for herself alone. Refuge of sinners. Comfortress of the afflicted. Or a pro nobis. Well has it been said that whosoever prays to her with faith and constancy can never be lost or cast away, and fitly is she to a haven of refuge for the afflicted because of the $7 which transpierced her own heart. Gertie could picture the whole scene in the church, the stained glass windows lighted up, the candles, the flowers and the blue banners of the Blessed Virgin's sodality, and Father Conroy was helping Canon O'Hanlon at the altar, carrying things in and out with his eyes cast down. He looked almost a saint, and his confession box was so quiet and clean and dark, and his hands were just like white wax, and if ever she became a Dominican nun in their white habit, perhaps he might come to the convent for the novena of Saint Dominic. He told her that time when she told him about that in confession, crimsoning up to the roots of her hair for fear he could see, not to be troubled because that was only the voice of nature and we were all subject to nature's laws, he said, in this life, and that was no sin because that came from the nature of woman instituted by God, he said, and that our Blessed Lady herself said to the Archangel Gabriel, "Be it done unto me according to thy word." He was so kind and holy, and often she thought could she work a rouge ticazi with embroidered floral design for him as a present, or a clock, but they had a clock she noticed on the mantelpiece, white and gold, with a canary bird that came out of a little house to tell the time the day she went there about the flowers for the 40 hours adoration, because it was hard to know what sort of a present to give, or perhaps an album of illuminated views of Dublin or someplace. The exasperating little brats of twins began to quarrel again, and Jackie threw the ball out towards the sea and they both ran after it. Little monkeys common as ditch water. Someone ought to take them and give them a good hiding for themselves to keep them in their places, the both of them. And Sissy and Daddy shouted after them to come back because they were afraid the tide might come in on them and be drowned. Jackie. Tommy. Not they. What a great notion they had. So Sissy said it was the very last time she'd ever bring them out. She jumped up and called them and she ran down the slope past him, tossing her hair behind her, which had a good enough color if there had been more of it, but with all the thingamary she was always rubbing into it she couldn't get it to grow long because it wasn't natural, so she could just go and throw her hat at it.